You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. EFNL 2026 is back. And what a magnificent game we've got set down for discussion this afternoon. We're here at the leafy, affluent suburb of Balwyn for the big grand final rematch from last year. It's Balwyn taking on Blackburn, and what a mouth-watering contest we've got that's been set down for decision. Joining me on pre-match this afternoon is two of the most learned gentlemen and part of the management team. So good afternoon to Matt Spider-Lee and Josh Ward. Good afternoon, gents.
Good afternoon to you, Brash, and everyone listening and viewing across our great nation. Great to be back for footy in 2026, and what a day it promises to be with the unfurling of the 2025 Premiership flag for Balwyn, and that they get to have a rematch against the team that they defeated in the grand final. Josh, and good to see you as well.
Great to be back as well on the EFNL media team for season 2026. As you mentioned, Spider, there's a bit of extra spice about this contest with these two meeting in last year's Premier Division decider and going right down to the wire at Bayswater Oval. And Balwyn obviously victorious that day, and Blackburn, I've got no doubt they'll be eager to exact some revenge this afternoon, Brash.
Yeah, it's going to be a very interesting broadcast and interesting game. And we'll obviously get into the machinations of the game as we talk to the coaches. But beforehand, there's another game, right,
yes,
that's also kicking off on the Good Friday. And this is traditionally a very good game. It's our traditional game. But there's also another game, and it involves Roval against the newcomers in Premier Division this year in South Belgrave. And that's set down for decision at 3 o'clock down at Seabeck Oval, gentlemen.
Yeah, what a long way we've come, haven't we, over the past few years. You know, we used to historically, we haven't had football on Good Friday. Now we see it at the AFL level, but at the community level, it really does bring people out, because obviously we know it's traditionally religious and holy time of the year, and we hope everyone enjoys their Easter time together. But it's a great opportunity to come out and be around family, friends, and the general community. And now we see 2 games of football up this afternoon, so get out and support it. And the Roval South Belgrave game promises to be a really interesting clash, I think, because South Belgrave first time up in Premier after that mouth-watering grand final victory over Park Orchards, and they get an opportunity to step out early in the season and really see if they're up to the mark in Premier Division.
It's a good test early in the season against the Roval side. A couple of us had as premiers for season 2026, myself and Blake Tennant, who will be calling that game alongside Chris Quarters. Be sure, if you want to watch both games, you can on the EFNL YouTube page. The pre-game starting at about 2:30, I believe, for that Roval South Belgrave game. Chris Quarters and Blake Tennant on the call there, but it's a great test for a South Belgrave side that has a few new faces and familiar faces as well, including Liam Kidd coming back.
Yeah.
Zach Greaves also coming across, the former Roval man, Blaise Jordovic, whose brother Caleb is set to play for Balwyn today, and among many other names, and some familiar names who are part of that 2026.
Well, you mentioned that Zach Greaves. I saw him play a couple of weeks ago for Sandringham at VFL level, and he was outstanding. Like he's really capable at that level. So they have got a lot of VFL listed players, South Belgrave. So it'll be interesting to see how they deal with that across the year. But Roval as well, Brash, they've got a number of VFL players that will come in and out. But I think the big talk point is that a guy like Lockie Wine, he's playing and available every week for Roval in 2026, and I think he's just really going to straighten them up right from the outset, and we expect a big year from him. And if he does have the big year, it'll really push the Hawks into premiership contention.
Much has been made of the fact that when a promoted side comes up, there's always that we sort of jump to conclusions that that they're going to struggle. But when you have a look at the side South Belgrave have put out on the park today. We thought there was going to be a few retirements, and I have a look at that list, and all the Garners are going around, and basically the side that they've got from last year looks like to have lined up. I think another, who I like in this side is, who I think is very important, is Tyrese Liu.
Oh, massive.
He was out for a lot of the time injured last year, and then when he came back, he was not able to find form. But I think I like the way that Kristen Hyde has taken the mantle at the club, and I think he's obviously changed a few things around, changed a few attitudes, I think, Spider.
Yeah.
And I sort of feel that they're going to come into this season, they're not going to be the easy beats. I look at the sides that have come up in previous years, and this side is the most credentialed side in the last 5 years to actually come up from Division 1 based on, their performances. They've been a club next to Park Orchards that have been knocking the door down to get into Premier Division.
Yeah, they've served a lot of ambition and aspiration to play Premier. Yeah, they've really done the hard yards, and it's a great credit to them. And I think with Kristen Hyde, what you've got to remember too is he knows what it takes to compete at this level. He did it as a player, and he has that understanding of what is required at the level to get the best out of players to play in Premier.
And a lot of these players have played Premier Division footy as well, like a Calvin DeRayo most recently with Vermont, the Garners, Damien and Mitch. Taylor, of course, haven't played at the AFL level. Lou himself has played Premier Division footy and higher up footy as well. So that's going to be crucial for South Belgrave this year, whereas you compare it with Mitcham last year, they had a lot of good talent, but they hadn't experienced Premier Division footy and they lost a lot of talent as well. So they are well set up to make an impact in Premier Division this coming season.
Yeah, and fatigued in the back end of the year, Mitcham, whereas a team like South Belgrave, with the experience, they'll be able to set themselves for a good run at it throughout the course of the year, and I think they'll be competitive right throughout. Yeah,
just for our listeners, we will be talking about the game, our match day game, but we're just covering the Roval South Belgrave first. The coaches will be coming on from around 1:40 onwards, so we'll be getting right into the nitty-gritty of today's game when the coaches come along. But at this moment in time, we're just going to concentrate on this Roval South Belgrave game because it is somewhat, some people might say, a little bit of a rivalry type of game because of the amount of players that have shifted between the two clubs. I'm just wondering whether it's. I think we need to see. There's obviously some machinations behind the scenes, Spider, that's turned it into a bit of game with spice.
Yeah, I think so. I think more the point that from the junior perspective, obviously the links with Listerfield, and we know that there's been players that have come and gone both to Roval and through the South Belgrave program. So there's and then also the local communities as well. So, but I think it's important that they do try to forge a little bit of a rivalry, particularly from South Belgrave. Like, they see themselves as a long-term prospect going forward in Premier. So I don't have any problem with them saying, well, we're here and we want to form some new rivalries. We've done the hard yards, and I think for Roval, it's a great opportunity for them to really establish who's who. I mean, in one sense, who is the boss and who has been doing the hard yards in Premier over the last Roval have been there for nearly a decade and a little bit more now. Yeah. So they've really shown that once you get there, you can consolidate and you can be successful. South Belgrave also have that dream as well.
Well, they've followed a similar path, both sides. Roval was obviously 10 to 15 years prior in that they were in Division 4 I think around the early 2000s and then quickly rose up the ranks, and South Belgrave have pretty much done the same. They were playing Division 3 when it newly formed.
Yeah, and off the back of demographics as well.
Yes. Yeah. And the fact they've built that connection with Listerfield and have benefited with some very talented players on top of bringing in the likes of Tim Smith and the Garners as well. So there is the potential for it to be a bit of a rivalry, and I think South Belgrave will certainly look to develop it into a rivalry. But
we've got to build it from somewhere, Josh.
Yeah, you do. And, you've got clubs like Berwick who are pretty close by as well. And Roval, to me, have rivalries with Vermont and Noble Park, but this is a chance to develop a new rivalry, a new local rivalry.
It's more of a neighbourhood rivalry. This one. Yeah.
So, but just touching on Roval quickly, they've got a really strong lineup with Tom Swainston, who has some good props about him. From what I've heard, Seth McDonald, Josh Bennett's a former AFL listed player in their lineup on top of Lockie Wine. So it's a daunting proposition for South Belgrave to negotiate, Spider.
Well, it is, and particularly when you look at what Roval have done in the past. I mean, you've got to look at what they did in the finals last year. I mean, and then they've, look at a guy like Josh Clark, what year he had last season. We had guys like Broad coming in and out of the team last year. I think they're going to be a real big force this year, Roval.
I do too.
I think they're going to be a team that can really go into that top three and really set themselves for a big, big platform and a shot at the prize this year.
Just having a look at some of the key stats from South Belgrave and Roval, and I know it's different divisions, and I've sort of got a little bit of a scale how I rate Premier and Division 1. Yeah. Now, Roval averaged around 71 to 72 points a game last year, but South Belgrave they were averaging 110. Now, keeping that in its right perspective, there is a quantum leap going from Division 1 to Premier Division, and I reckon it's worth around the 5-goal mark in terms of consistency over the season. So if you apply that analogy to South Belgrave, that puts them basically competing for a win every week. Even if you take 30 points off their average. Historically, they average around 95, 96 points a game over the last 6 years. So it wouldn't be a stretch to turn around and say they're at least capable of, scoring 75 to 80 points a game, which is what's going to keep you competitive every week, Spider.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think one thing that you'll have to consider as well, and I like your thought process with the mathematics there, is I think also from a game style point of view, what we see is when you come up to Premier, it's a little bit of a different beast because you have to be you have to play with a little bit more defence. I think when you're finding when you're down the divisions, you probably find that it can be a little bit more. You can score a little bit more. Whereas in Premier, once you get up, especially playing on some smaller grounds, you can have some shootout games, but then there's going to be moments where you really do need to lock down. So that's going to be the challenge for South Belgrave, how they adjust to the different teams, different game styles. And sometimes there will be that element of ball speed, ball movement. So it's the tactical nous of the coaches trying to get that upper hand. So, some coaches will be ready for it. I think we'll see. I think we get across the board in Premier, we've got a very even division this year. So, and it was very hard to determine, top 5, but it was also to put the bottom 5 in order as well. It was just as difficult. So, we could easily see South Belgrave get on a roll and win some games early. That will give them tremendous momentum.
Well, the question I'll ask you both, I mean, just following on from what you're saying about defensively, in terms of player personnel, could you see that basically, whilst in Division 1 you may have 2 to 3 really solid defenders, but when you come up into Premier Division, that increases to basically 4 or 5, and the defences are very, very high quality in Premier Division, and the sides that have come up that used to be able to freewheel and score, they were restricted because of the fact that the opposition, the back lines of the opposition don't give you as much latitude as what they do in the lower divisions. Yeah,
the squeeze is definitely on, Josh, I think. When you do notice it, that the best defensive teams get it done. I mean, you only have to go back and look what Balwyn do. I mean, the way that they squeeze oppositions, and then that's where they build their transition from. Get that territory going. So that's an area when you come up to Premier, you've got to have that intact right from the start, your defence. But then, you've got to be able to score as well. And I think if you've got both sides of the argument, then you're giving yourself a chance. But obviously, going down the divisions in Division 1, you can also, you can sort of be a dominant force at one and maybe less at the other, but you can still get the job done.
Yeah, absolutely.
And, like I said, when you look at South Belgrave, last year played 19 games, and obviously they didn't play a full season because of the withdrawal of Doncaster. So they had a 16-game home and away. They lost, I think they lost one final and won two.
I mean, they lost that Park Orchards game, and you've got to hand it to what they did on that afternoon out at Eastland. They just, they were just beaten on a bigger ground. They were worked over inside to out. So and then they learnt their lesson basically in the grand final, because in the conditions they were able to put the squeeze on, able to defend a lot stronger, and then when they needed to gain in that final, the big moments, they were able to defend a lot better than what Park Orchards did. So ultimately, that was what won them the game.
Josh, what do you think Roval will do this afternoon to try and make it really uncomfortable for South Belgrave and make it like, welcome to the Premier League, boys?
I think they'll look to dominate out of the midfield. As strong as South Belgrave's midfield is, we've seen Roval's midfield the last couple of years with Stapleton, Brolick, Schoenmakers in ruck, Lachlan McDonald in there. It's probably a starting combination, and they're able to get it out quickly and extract it into their forward 50. So that's probably the area they'll look to take advantage of. And the fact that South Belgrave, as good as they are defensively, they may not have the players who can run off a half-back line and create opportunities inside forward 50. So creating forward pressure and trying to create a bit of a press as well would be probably key for Roval this afternoon.
Yeah, contest and clearance always is a big part of it, and I think what you're saying there too is they're going to really want to work on contest and clearance, and that is their strength. So South Belgrave will really need to do their homework on that.
All right, so we've just spoken what we think Roval would like to do to welcome South Belgrave into the Premier League. What will South Belgrave want to do to Roval to make their presence known in this competition this afternoon?
Bring pressure. Bring heat to the contest, and I think that's what you've got to do. And if you can really frustrate Roval, and if they can get some of those uncontested marks going and those chains, really frustrate them by playing keepings off, generate those marks, get those forward entries in, and put the Roval defence under pressure, then that's something that South Belgrave will really want to do. Work them over from inside to out. That'll be something that Kristen Hyde will be certainly planning for this afternoon.
How do you think Tim Smith's going to be the captain this year? How do you think him and Kristen are going to tailor-make his season in terms of do those both of them talk on a week-to-week basis and decide where Tim may be the best value, because he may have to play a variety of positions in Premier Division to suit the opposition. Would you agree?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. I think he's going to be a player that's, depending on who they're playing, that'll determine whether he plays. If he goes forward, if he has to go back, whether he's going to spend some time in the middle, in the ruck, just depending on the opposition. But I think when he comes up against teams like Roval, he's really going to have to, take that, that leadership role and, start in the middle of the ground and then probably work his way forward.
Would that mean that, okay, if you're an outsider and you're having a look at South Belgrave, if Tim Smith has to play in the back six most weeks, as the opposition, would you see that as a win before you actually run onto the ground?
Massive win. If you're playing him defensively,
because he'd be playing defensively, Josh, for one reason. It's because their defence is really struggling to stop opposition from scoring.
He's the break glass in case of emergency defender for South Belgrave. He was in that Division 1 Grand Final where he took that miraculous Leo Barry-esque mark in the dying stages of that game. So if he's playing defence early, that's a massive win for for Roval, I should say, and for opposition teams, because it means one less threat through midfield or up forward as well.
Yeah, and look, you have a look at the Roval side. One guy that's had, that's been in and out of the side, and that's probably because of injury, but they'll be really happy to have him back in the side at the start of the season, fit and raring as Curtis Flakemore.
Yeah, that's massive to have another dimension inside their forward 50. Two really handy tall target spider when you've got when you've got Flakemore and Lockie Wine down there as well, on top of some of their small forwards or midfielders that can rotate down there, like Jordan Jaworski, who crosses over from a very strong side in Wandon and amongst others. So I think it's a very handy inclusion for their forward line.
Yeah, it is. And I think that's the flexibility that they would like. And I think Ben Wise would be really comfortable with that. Last year probably didn't have that much flexibility. He didn't have the luxury of a Lockie Wine standing there on a regular basis. Had some guys coming in and out, and had to play a bit of a spare parts role with some guys, playing makeshift roles down forward and to try and create some, results. So this year, knowing that you've got a forward line set up as good as that, that's going to put extra pressure on teams' defences from the opposition week after week.
And it allows a guy like Cole Stainthorpe to play full-time in defence, where he was immense. I think it was 2023 when Roval won the flag and was rewarded with a VFL contract that year with Frankston and played a few games there. So not pushing him up forward, I think, is a massive benefit for a side like Roval.
With Josh Clark not playing this year, who are they going to, and his importance to Roval, I stated on the podcast, I think he played one of the two best games in Premier Division in 2025, which is that game against East Ringwood that we covered. Yeah. He basically picked up Roval and carried them for 3/4 of the game, and it was no fluke that Roval ended up winning the game, but was on the back of what he'd done. Who are the players who are going to have to step up, you reckon, to cover his absence?
Lockie Stapleton, I reckon.
Yep.
He's got a lot of promise. A former VFL player with Williamstown a few years back. He is one that I remember seeing a couple of years ago when Roval thumped Vermont at Seabeck Oval and had a great game alongside Anthony Brolick and Lachlan McDonald. If he can do that on a consistent basis, then it's only going to hold Roval in good stead, and he can fill the void that Clark leaves.
Spider, and also the other player that Roval didn't have a lot of availability because of injury, Lockie McDonald. His run out of the midfield once again is going to be really important for Roval this year. Yeah,
they're going to really need Lockie to be up and running for the majority of the season. That's something that they haven't had over the last couple of years. And when he's at his blistering best, he's one of the best going around. So if he can have a big year and fill that void of of Clark not being there, and obviously, if they can get a few other contributors around that as well, then that all goes well for, possibly a very positive year for them. And a guy like Martini as well, who's been, been in, good form over the last couple of years and really shown stuff since coming across from Eastfield, and who's really capable at the level.
Yeah. And I think they've also got very good. They've got very good support players on the bench. Roval, Matty Davies, is probably the best player that you can have that can, have an impact on any contest at any time.
He's been going around.
He's been around forever. It feels like it, but every time he plays, he has some impact, and
he does.
That's the sort of player that Ben Wise loves to be able to draw from and get him on the ground.
We've got a few minutes before we take our first break. Let's just quickly once again turn back to South Belgrave and just talk about a couple of their players who will need to. I've got having Liam Kidd back in the side, not only physically but spiritually, I think gives them something this year.
Yeah, I think so. When you can get a player back to your club and playing, and also from a leadership perspective, you just want someone that knows the system, knows the club, and can contribute to the team. And I think that's a really good foil for any coach to have a past player come back in and really start to be a part of it again.
And maybe that allows Tim Smith to play a bit more forward, because he can be that grunt midfielder instead of someone like a Tim Smith, who is obviously capable of playing ruck and midfield, but I'm guessing would have been playing a bit more midfield than he would have liked the last couple of years.
He's played some big games in the past, Kid.
He has. Yeah. Well, he's won a league best and fairest.
He has, yeah.
So I think he's every opportunity of performing well once again for South Belgrave this year.
Look, and let's be honest, and the coaches will be coming on, so we're going to have to take a break. But quickly, also, all the Garners, Taylor, Damien and Mitch, they're all going to be important for South Belgrave at various stages.
Yeah, going to need a big season from all three, and hopefully they're injury-free. But if they play some of their best footy like they have over the last couple of years, there's plenty of wins on offer for them.
All right, gents, we're going to take our first break, and when we come back, we're going to dig right into this game with both coaches coming on. You're listening to Balwyn versus Blackburn. It's on EFNL 2026 Good Friday game day.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing kickboxing personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair.
Yeah, that's great.
Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
There's no mystery about our pricing. It is clearly displayed on our website and our app. We have staff standing by 24 hours a day, every day of the year to assist you in your absolute time of need.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
There are only 3 things that should be flushed down your toilet. Pee, poo and paper. Some wet wipes and antibacterial wipes say that you can flush them, but you can't. They clog up the toilet and pipes, causing expensive blockages. Save yourself a truckload of trouble. Put your wet wipes in the bin. To learn more, head to the Yarra Valley Water website, yvw.com.au/wet-wipes.
Hi, Dylan Dow from the Baroni Football Netball Club here. When I need to grab a quick coffee or a bite to eat, I'm popping into Eastland. Eastland's more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been a major partner of the EFNL since 2018. Cheers, Eastland.
Listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1
with live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 match of the day coverage.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Good Friday game here on Radio Eastern 98.1. It's EFNL 2026. It's the first game of the season, and we've got a magnificent game set down for decision. It's a repeat of last year's grand final between Balwyn and Blackburn. We've spoken about the Roval South Belgrave game. Now we're going to dig our teeth into the game that matters, and that's the game that's here, and it's live on YouTube and Facebook all around the world this afternoon, gentlemen. It's a rematch of last year's grand final, and what a game to start off the season.
Yeah, it is. It's exciting, and I think we'll get a real early indication of how these two teams have prepared themselves across the pre-season. So it's a good one to have first off, I reckon.
I reckon it is a magnificent contest, and we've got the 2-time reigning premiership coach alongside us now, Brash.
Yes, we have a big and warm welcome to Brenton Sanderson again for season 2026. Brenton, how are you?
Good, boys. Thanks for having me on. It's good to have the footy back.
Yeah, enjoy your off-season?
Yeah, it was really good, and obviously it helps when you win a premiership because you can enjoy it much more. But no, we've recruited really well. Obviously, we lost some key players, and I know we'll probably talk about them in a minute, but I think that's part of the whole competition now. Like every club looks like they've really gone hard at bringing in some more talent, and there'll be. I think we've got 6 boys today, which you guys wouldn't have seen play today, play before. So It'll be fun for our fans, and it's good for us to keep, regenerating the list. And a few of those boys are VFL listed, so we might not have them for much of this season anyway. But can't wait to get the footy back underway today.
A couple of things I've noticed in a lot of the club notes, the emphasis on the off-season's been strength and conditioning, Brent, on a lot of sides.
Yep.
Now, I'm wondering, is that because the structure of the game just keeps changing and the pace keeps getting faster every year, and the clubs realise that if they can't keep their players on the park, they can't run, they can't win?
No, you're right. The game's getting quicker. We're seeing now at AFL level in particular, it's just transitional, isn't it? It's just up and down the ground. Look for, teams are looking for opportunities to put speed on the game, and you've got to be fit now. And I think that flows back through to community. We do train really hard in the summer, but a lot of our top end talent boys do a lot of extra stuff behind the scenes, and our guys are ready. You never really know till you play against another team for points, but. I'm sure we'll be one of the fitter teams again, and hopefully we can sustain that for the whole year.
Before I throw it open to the boys, that leads me to the question that I spoke with my colleague Josh. Are we at the stage where we know it's semi-professional?
Yep.
Right. Players are training 2 nights a week. Are we at a stage at the Eastern Football League, or like most Premier and Division 1 clubs in Metro Victoria, that the players do have to do extra to get more out of themselves? Because the quantum leap going to AFL level, where it's handed to you everything that you need to be the ultimate athlete. Yeah. And I worry that whilst it's filtering down, I just sort of feel like the player itself may have to push boundaries that they may not be able to.
Yeah, you're right. Expectations are high, and all the clubs. This is a really good comp, isn't it? I mean, you guys see a lot of footy, obviously, and there's no easy games. Every game's really challenging, and if you just do the minimum,
you're not going to survive.
Nah, you're going to get left behind. And like I said about our age, even when you look at our reserve side out there now playing, we're really young, and we need to keep finding good young talent that's going to come into the system, and hopefully have an impact with us at senior level as well. Our 19s played well today, even though they lost. But you're right. We've got to make sure that we get fitter, and that means you've got to tell players they've got to get a gym membership, they've got to do an extra run session, get in the pool, because we only get them for a couple of hours a week, and that's probably not enough now.
Sando, good luck for 2026. Just a reflection on 2025 before we get into today. How many times did you watch the replay of the grand final, more in particular the last quarter?
A lot, and even grand final night. We just had that last 5 minutes on loop. I think it was it was pretty amazing. The fact, and obviously you guys called the game and did a great job of doing that. We were out. There's no way we could win it really. So to find that I guess that inner belief and the ability to be able to stay cool and calm and poised, and we threw the team around, as you guys saw. Our whole midfield pretty much went forward, and we had forwards going in the midfield, and Jared Lynott came up forward of the ball, and so everything changed in that last 5 minutes, and we were lucky enough to find a way to win. But it was a great call. You guys did an excellent job. Yeah,
we're still smiling about that game. We were very lucky. 5 divisions, 16 points in total across the league. Just shows the quality of the whole competition. Now you wave that 2025 goodbye. The new challenge is 2026. When did you start making that imprint, pre-season wise, the build up? And give us a little bit of a summary. I mean, you had some really good practice match form. You travelled up to Yarrawonga. What did you get out of the pre-season in terms of performance and some of the things that you saw across the pre-season?
Yeah, it's a good question, and to be really honest, we don't really have. I mean. We just get straight into recruiting mode, so we don't have any rest at all. So we'll straight away identify the type of player we need, and then we'll speak to people all around the league, around different leagues, around players that might be available, and obviously because we're a strong club, we get a lot of players call us as well and just say they're interested in coming and perhaps joining us. So we have a lot of boys down, a lot of boys come down and try out for a couple of sessions, and. We're maxed out on points again. You guys would have seen we're 46 points again, so that's always a challenge for Balwyn. But there's some really good juniors coming through, and hopefully over the next few years we'll we won't have to worry as much about points as what we have recently.
And one of those new players is Jimmy Miller, plenty of state league experience in the Waffle and in the VFL as well. How's he fitted into the club, and what kind of roles should we expect of him today?
He'll mostly be ruck.
Yep.
He will play forward, and he's a really good, strong contested mark, and we'll probably just need him wherever the ball is. So I think probably ruck's the best position for him, but that's pretty fluid. He'll sort of go wherever the game needs him a little bit, I reckon.
And how are some of the younger players and the newer players entering into the Balwyn system, adjusting to the speed of the game and playing at the Premier Division level?
Yeah, it's a really good question. We've got a kid playing for us today called Felix Canep, who has never been to the club. So he's at
How
North
do you
Melbourne.
manage that, Sander? He comes in, he doesn't know anyone's name, he doesn't know the system. What sort of conversations do you have to calm him and get the communication right so he knows what his job is and role is when he plays?
Yeah, I don't know. It's a good question because I only met him last night for the first time. I've spoken to him on the phone. He's one of those boys. He's from Calder Cannons. He was Wesley College in the APS. He's at North Melbourne, and North Melbourne don't have any injuries in their AFL team, which means their VFL is full of AFL listed players. So if you guys get squeezed, so we've got Ned Lamotte, Izzy Markovsky and Felix Canep today, who are all North Melbourne VFL listed players. Yep. So we've got all those boys playing with us today, who we haven't seen really in the pre-season. So bit of synergy, that's a challenge. But those guys, they sort of know their role. They'll hunt the ball. We sort of know that. It's a small ground, so it helps. But yeah, it's a bit of an unknown, and we'll have to just wait and see how it plays out.
With Durden and Charlie gone this year, does this give Will Lamotte a real chance at centre forward to basically take control and make it his forward line?
Yeah, no, good call. He's got to. He, Marcellin boy, a couple of years now with Balwyn, two premierships, but you're right. He's got to take the next step this year. He's got a great tank. He gets up and down the ground. He's got good aerial. So, he's one where we've got high expectations of. We expect him to take the next step this year.
And the other thing I was going to ask you, and like you said, two-time premiership coach, obviously it's not only is it a challenge for the players to go better again, do you have to look at and retweak your game plan again to find another 1% or 3%?
I do, yeah. And I obviously I watch the AFL really close and try and look for trends in the game and things that potentially might be able to help us. Is Fags behind me? No, he's not.
I think he's over there.
Oh, there he is. Yeah. He's a really good coach.
Yes.
He's a really good coach. He's probably the hardest one. No, can you hear me? I'm just saying, Fags, he's probably the hardest one I've got to coach against because there's so much going on, and he's too good for this level. But yeah, he'll throw a lot of things at us today, and I've got to be on my toes. But yeah, it'll be a game of chess from the coach's box today as well.
Well, Brenton,
can I ask one really quick? Jack Boyd, he's the one that's come across. Tell us a bit about your expectations for him.
Yeah, he big, strong centre half forward. I'm guessing he's probably 6'4", maybe 6'5". He's just going to be a big, strong forward for us. So if we're held up, we'll go along down the line to him, and hopefully our forwards can come off him. But yeah, he's a good player. Played at Port Melbourne last year, a little bit of old Zavs. Had a stint in the SANFL. So yeah, he just wants now to get settled, play community footy, and yeah, hopefully we see the best of him today.
Well, Brenton, thanks very much for coming up on Good Friday, as you have every year that we've done this game. It's going to be a great contest again. The two premier teams from last year going head-to-head to open the 2026 season. Good luck to you and Balwyn for the rest of the season.
And Matty's the only one that's picked this. I saw that. So
I have picked you, but you can blame Ryan for not putting...
No, you haven't. Everyone's picked Blackburn
he's put
Matty.
the wrong name in there.
Oh, here we go. All right. Well, have a good call, boys.
Thanks.
Cheers for you, Sander.
See you, boys. Go on, you, Matty. Have a good call, mate.
Yep.
So he's trying to put words into my mouth.
When you're the dual premiership coach, you can...
he can do whatever he likes and whatever he pleases.
It's quite dangerous underestimating, but we've got, as Sando mentioned, equally as great a coach in Anthony Fagan alongside us, Brash.
Yes, we have. Good afternoon, Anthony. Welcome to season 2026.
Thanks for that, boys. Hope you had a good off-season.
Yes, we did. I actually, this very question I asked you last year was, what was the expectation of Blackburn Football Club in 2025? And you said to win the premiership. I'm not going to ask you the same question again because it'll probably be the same answer. But for 3 minutes, there was only 3 minutes in the difference between Blackburn not being premiers and premiers. What do you reckon is going to be the difference this year?
Well, I think that for us, we're going to continue to grow and evolve. If we want to be one of the teams that's contending at the end of the season, then we can't stand still. We've got to continue to get better from within. We've got to get better in all three phases of the game, and we've got to making sure that we continually have consistent performances week in, week out. I think what the strength of ours last year was we had really consistent, even performances across the board, and for us to making sure we put ourselves in a good position to win games of footy, we need to make sure that we continue to deliver that.
For out of the boys, one of the things I noticed in your feature interview that you did with one of our guys was the fact that you were really happy with the way that the senior players have took over the ownership, not only of the training, but the leadership roles throughout the season. That probably takes a lot off you, knowing that there are players out there that want to further improve themselves and the team and football club.
Yeah, absolutely. Like this year we had a little bit more flexibility was given to the players, and we caught up a week or so after the grand final, and we didn't sort of review the season as a whole as such as we did the year before. It was more sort of checking in, see how the boys are going, setting themselves up for this year, and I said there's going to be a lot more ownership on the individuals to making sure they have great off-seasons, great pre-seasons, and in order to set us up for a really strong season as well. And it was really pleasing that off the back of our leaders, they came back in great condition, particularly after the Christmas period. We had 4 and a bit weeks off, and they're in the best shape they've been. So that's encouraging. It allows you to progress your footy loads pretty quickly. And we feel like we've had a really good sort of 3 or 4 weeks in the lead up to round 1, so we're ready to go.
Good luck for the season, Fags. Great to always talk to you. Well, let's talk about the pre-season. What have been the main focus points in terms of the game style, areas that you might have focused in terms of, did you do a lot more running than what you have maybe in the past? Did you go back to basics and use the balls a little bit more? What were some of the key elements that you wanted to get out of the pre-season?
Largely for 80% of the pre-season, it stayed very similar. Maybe the 20% we sort of looked to tweak a few things, but also making sure the players are mentally fresh and excited for the seasons what's to come. So challenging them in different ways to making sure that they continue to grow and evolve. And I think the pleasing thing is 18 of our players are 26 and under last year, so that connection, the growth, the unity within our team is going to help set us up for this year. And there's probably 4 or 5 players that we sort of really feel can take the next step, and that's going to be important for us for this year.
Let's have a look down back at this time last year. If you look down what you had in your back 6, you had a guy named Cooper Trinbath. He could play a bit, now playing at North Melbourne and doing some wonderful things. You had Cotter, did some wonderful things throughout the whole of the season. So you're going to have a little bit of a reshuffle this season in that defensive part of the ground. How are you going to? Do you think you're going to grow in that area and sort of regenerate that area of the ground to get better? Yeah, well, it's interesting, isn't it? Like I think that you could say Paddy Cotter didn't play until Roval, which was round 5 I think last year, so he missed the first month. And I thought round 1 last year we set the game off the back of clearance and contest work in the first 3 quarters, and really it wasn't until Cooper had an amazing last quarter and might have helped save the game for us. Probably took 8 inset marks in the last quarter, so when we were under the pump and the boys were out in the legs. So it's important for us to making sure that it's not just our back half, but our pressure around the midfield, our ability to get the game played in our front half is going to help set us up and making sure that we can get good defensive system behind the ball. And in terms of personnel-wise, I think Riley Winters, he can take the next step with his footy. Connor Hinkley, didn't play seniors for the first part of last season, but he's really grown and come on. He's a great intercepting player, and if Pollock's plays 40, might get that today as well. And even Aaron Curran only played 7 home and away games last year, and then the final series. And he's a great young player, and we feel like he's going to be an exciting player for us as well.
Go on, Josh.
I noticed one thing, Anthony, the last couple of years since you've taken over the role, and that's bringing in young Blackburn talent from the under-19s program and homegrown Blackburn juniors as well. When you first entered the role, was that a key focus, and is that going to continue to be a key focus throughout the course of the season? Yeah, well, you have to look at what your advantages are as a footy club and how can you manipulate that to the best of your ability. And it's exciting for us. Like Kai Stewart played 3 games last year. He's on Richmond's VFL list.
he's a quick, nippy, skillful, tough half forward, but can play wing and half back. Aaron Sharkey had a great year with the Chargers last year, and he'll play off half back, and he's a really skillful player who will look to try and get the ball in his hands. And even Lucas Tovey playing his first senior game for the club, 200 centimetre developing key back ruck who can also play key forward. So
and that gives a bit of support for Harry as well, doesn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Like obviously, Gaz's not going to be able to shoulder the ruck load for the entire season, so we need to making sure we support him in that. But he's up and about and ready to go. So we're looking forward to seeing him play against Jimmy Miller today.
Anthony, two of the players I thought made some quantum leaps in 2025 with the Oglethorpe brothers, Charlie and Will. Will, especially off that half-back flank, they see, and Charlie was. I liked the way that he was starting to show a little bit of belief in himself, and he was starting to break the lines, and he was actually quite exciting, and he was becoming a very difficult matchup. I guess you'd be looking for a little bit more for them to lift their game to a bit more of another level this year.
Yeah, I think two brother but different personalities. Like Will's a great contest player. He's just the old-fashioned head down, bum bump, works his ass off. Like great contest-to-contest player. Gets up and back, whether he's playing wing, half forward, or he can also go through the midfield. And I thought his season last year was terrific, taking the next step, and he's certainly one of those guys who we can feel he grow again. And Charlie, a bit similar to Will, but Charlie's a real strong, tough player. He's good aerial power for his size. He's good on the ground level, and he can play some good roles for the team. So, looking forward to seeing those boys go to work today.
In terms of your own development, because I asked Sando, being a two-time premiership coach, right, what does he have to do better this year to make it 3? Obviously, you're chasing your first premiership, but obviously knowing what you know now, is there anything that you've had to look at in terms of structure and coaching style in the off-season that you may want to put on this playing group this year to get that little bit... go that one step further? Yeah,
there's small tweaks here or there. Like we feel for the most part, like 80% of what we did last year, we played some really good footy. So we want to continue to making sure what we do well, we continue to invest in that and we continue to train that as well. But there's also some areas of our game that we got to continue to improve and to grow and evolve. And
what's the biggest area of improvement for this team?
I personally think from a defensive point of view at times last year, from just a mindset, we could have games where we were sitting in a really strong position and talk about having a ruthless defensive mindset. Maybe at times we didn't quite kill the game as well as we could have and let Oppo back into it at various stages. And then also from that as well, I think we can continue to improve our clearance and contest game as well to making sure we continue to get good looks in our front half. So, but also too, like me as a coach, I've got to continue to grow and evolve as well. I don't think that I have all the answers and myself and the coaches, but also the entire playing group, got to continue to challenge them in different ways so we can ensure we get the best out of them each and every week.
Toby's very much Toby Willer is a mercurial type of player, Anthony, and look, he missed 6 games last year, yet he was equal winner of the Chandler Medal. I almost feel like that this year, will he have to perform to his expectations of last year for Blackburn to go that one step further? And do you think that have you got enough support around him if he doesn't have a good day on the scoreboard?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I think from last year, he didn't play until...
Missed 6 games.
Berwick round 7, I think it was, the week before the bye. So, we went sort of 5-1 across that period of time.
Yeah.
So I'd like to think that we're far from a one-dimensional. Clearly, he's a key player and a great player in the competition.
I wasn't alluding to the fact that you weren't a one-dimensional side, but I was just trying to allude to the fact because he kicked a lot of games. Well, there was 4 games where he kicked over 6 goals and a couple of games where he's kicked over 10.
Yeah.
So when you're looking at this year, he's probably going to have to replicate possibly some of those games from last year.
I think what you like to think is a key forward as well. Clearly, Toby had an outstanding season. You don't go and win a Chandler Medal off 12 games without playing some outstanding footy. His work rate, his ability to get up and down the ground, his contest work, particularly aerial, was really strong. He's very smart in terms of being able to get himself into open lead lanes inside 50. So, and he's also a great leader. And he had a shoulder reconstruction off the back of the grand final last year, and
He's done well to get back in.
He's one of our best athletes of the club from an aerobic capacity. You'll see him out here. He'll be up and down the ground today. He'll be working his ass off and putting himself in positions. But also like to think the team and the way we were able to move the footy at times last year also helped to set Toby up. And we just can't kick the ball to Toby and expect him to do the work. We've got to move the footy well and really challenge their defence to be able to making sure we can get good looks for Toby, Woody, Fraser Elliott, Billy Hicks when he's there, Charlie Oglethorpe all inside 50 as well.
Well, that was the point I was going to point out, the fact that you have so many options inside forward 50 with McAdorian kicking 30-plus goals, Daniel Wood kicking plenty, Jackson Carmody as well. Yeah. How crucial is that for today against a strong ball and defence and for the entire season as well?
Yeah, well, they like to get numbers back in their back half and inside D50, so they'll try and make life difficult for us. So we've got to be smart. Like, there'll be times where we need to go fast and challenge them quickly, but there'll also be times where we need to have some composure on the ball and allow our forwards to get ahead of the footy, and then we'll try and find a way inside 50 as well. So we're going to need all of those guys playing well, working hard for each other in order for us to kick a winning score.
Now, a player that I didn't see on the sheet was Riley Stoddart. What's the latest for Riley?
Yeah, unfortunately, Stodd was absolutely flying. He just slightly tweaked his hamstring a couple of weeks ago against Diamond Creek. So he obviously didn't play.
Couple of weeks for him.
Yeah, he didn't play against Aberfeldy. We've got no game next weekend, and then we'll see how things go there. So both Riley and Paddy Lawler will be back in the not too distant future, as will Tommy Yar.
Well, you had obviously the games you've played in the pre-match are against some very quality sides. Aberfeldy's no slouch from the Essendon Football League.
Yeah, I thought our first half last week was terrific, and we were a little bit down on rotations at the end of last week, so we had to manage the game. And but all the boys got through the game well. They're up and about, and we're ready to go today.
Is it good playing against those other teams from other competitions? You get to show yourself against other teams, and then you get a really good measure of teams that potentially are better than your teams that might be mid-table in other competitions, and then sides that that are pushing as well. So
I think strong hit-outs in the lead up to the round one is always really important from our point of view. And I guess if you have a look at the Eastern teams, they've been playing well right across the board. Yep. So it's good to see clubs also showcasing the Eastern Footy League to the rest of Victoria as well. So. Yeah, we're ready to go, and we're happy with our preparation. Can't wait to get into it.
Well, Anthony, thanks very much for coming up this afternoon and devoting some time to the media team as you have throughout season 2025. Good luck to yourself and Blackburn Football Club for season 2026, and hopefully we'll catch you throughout the season at another game and another time.
No worries. Thanks very much, gents. Have a good call.
There you have it. Coach from Blackburn, Anthony Fagan, joining us this afternoon, and once again it was really good.
Great to talk to these
guys.
Coaches.
Yep. And,
two great coaches.
Look, they gave us heaps.
They did, and it's really enjoyed the chats because there's so much that goes into the pre-season, the reflection piece, but then also the moving forward, the planning for a new season and what prospects they might have and what might dawn later in the season.
I reckon the thing that interested me the most was the fact that Sando said that even though I've won 2 flags, I still got to go back to the drawing board and look through my and see if I can find a trend that he can bring to the club. And I think that's going to be the challenge not only for him, but I think it's going to be a challenge for most of the coaches in Premier Division, because the thing is, how are they going to get better?
Well, you've got to bring something different to the table, Brash, each year, because if you roll the same thing out, it's not going to work.
But what I'm saying is, if your strength and conditioning, if clubs are bringing them in, then obviously something's got to change. Well, we're going to take another break, and I think that's going to be the end of pre-match, gentlemen.
So who are we tipping?
Tipping, I'm going to I tip. It says in the record Blackburn, but I'm actually tipping Balwyn.
Yeah, I'm going Balwyn to win. I think it'll be a pretty tight game.
Blackburn for me.
And I'm sure when we come back, all the other members of the team will give us their thoughts on this game. But that's pre-match done and dusted for the first game in EFNL 2026. And when we come back from the break, we'll assemble a call team, and they'll bring the big game and the clash here down at Balwyn Park this afternoon. It's Balwyn versus Blackburn. It's come to you live on Radio Eastern 98.1 and streaming all around the world on Facebook and YouTube.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. while her two young boys wrestled on the floor. Tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The first time I met the team at Tobin Brothers Funerals, I felt like I'd known them for years. They're so caring, honest and passionate. James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals, sums it up best when he says,
Every day our people get out of bed to assist client families in their absolute time of need. Our people love what they do, and you will not find a more highly trained group of people than those at Tobin Brothers.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Hi, I'm Ben Desson from Montrose Football Netball Club, and when I need a new kit for a night out, I head over to Eastland. But Eastland is more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been major partners of the Eastern Football Netball League since 2018. Thanks, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
And welcome out to Balwyn Park. It's been 195 days since these two sides last met, and what an epic game it was. The Premier Division 2025 Grand Final, with Balwyn, the Premiers, coming home with a barrel in the last 5 minutes to topple Blackburn. But that's old news, because this year is 2026, but we're here, and rightfully so. The two best sides from last year meet today on this Good Friday, which is normally a standalone game during this time frame, but we've also got another game out there today, and we heard a bit about that game during the pre-match show, and that will be Rowville taking on South Belgrave. So two Premier Division clubs going at it today out at Seabeck Oval, and two powerhouses out here at Balwyn Park. Down Cherry Road in Balwyn, if you're in the area, come down. It's going to be a fantastic afternoon. You can see plenty of fans streaming in. The Red Jackets are out in force, which we always love to see. And there's been a few changes amongst the team as well, both teams, and of course the media team as well, which I'm going to introduce to you now. But my name is Ben Warren Smith. I'll be calling today's game and really looking forward to it, and riding shotgun with me. I think it's been about 6 years, but we have a long history of calling games together, and I'm pretty excited about it today. Very good afternoon to you, Gav Casey.
Good afternoon, Ben. Great to see you, if that's the first thing to be said, and it's great to be out here in Balwyn to watch EFNL football. Look forward to it for weeks. Once you get the bit of cooler weather, you get to know that footy's back and you get excited. So it's fantastic that we go local for our footy, and start with the two big boys of the local comp. It's going to be exciting because, you know, Blackburn had such a great year, and when you miss by so little, you're keen to rectify it, but it takes a long time. So it's going to be exciting just to see the first step. for Blackburn and see what Balwyn come back as in their form of 2026.
It was heartbreaking for Blackburn last year. It was a low-scoring grand final. They led for the majority of the afternoon to only get run over in the last couple of minutes, and then, an incident in their forward line late in the game, which had a lot of people seething after it. But at the end of the day, the Tigers got to hold the cup aloft. But today could be redemption for the Burners, but it also could be the day where Balwyn really stamps their authority on what they would like to see as a three-peat season. Let's continue introducing the panel. The media manager of the Eastern Football Netball League is Ryan Long. Great to have you back on board for another season, Ryan.
Thank you, BWS. Fantastic to be out here at Balwyn Park. We've got such a big day for Good Friday football. Usually this fixture aligns and we do see these two sides, but to have South Belgrave play their first Premier game against Roval on the same day, we've had Roval Women's re-enter the competition playing off today on Good Friday, so it's a very big afternoon. And as you said, two great sides to have a look at this time, and usually there's always a bit of intrigue when these two sides meet this year, but never as much as this fixture coming off a grand final last year. I actually watched a bit of the game during the week.
So did I.
There's a bit of a lead up, and it was a remarkable final 10-15 minutes from Balwyn, but a lot of those players from both sides aren't actually playing out here today. Either they're moved clubs or aren't available, which makes things a little bit interesting, but I think we're looking forward to it because it's been a long time coming, BWS.
It was certainly funny to hear Sando say that the boys just have watched the last 5 minutes of that grand final over and over. Forget the first 3 quarters and a half, but the most important time. But good luck to them. And Wayne Brasher, you heard him host our pre-match show. It's always great to have the big man alongside me, calling the footy, back doing what we love, mate. It's been a long time, but we're ready to roll.
That we are, BWS, and thank you very much for your warm welcome. And yes, it's great to be back calling with you and Gav and Ryan, and as well as Paul on stats, who we'll hear from shortly. But traditionally, I love this game. It's always got a bit in it. One side will probably try and dominate the first half, and then the second half, the other side will try and come back. So I think we're going to be in for a great contest.
Great stuff, mate. And of course, on our stats, the stats that matter is Paul Yacconi. It's a very warm welcome to have you back on board the team for 2026, mate.
Thank you, BWS, and it's great to be back here for the AFNL for 2026. And what a game it's going to be. It's the grand final rematch, and of course the opening of the new season.
The ground looks fantastic out here today. Just want to touch on a couple of rule changes that have happened over the pre-season. First of all, I'm just going to say the deliberate rule does exist in the EFNL. There's always been conjecture whether it does or whether it doesn't. It just doesn't get paid very often, because when you look at the skill set versus AFL versus the local competitions, it's a lot harder to judge what's deliberate and not. So just putting that out there, the deliberate rule does stand.
I did look over to see if Brash was going to just get up and walk out, because always says, "Oh no, it's not here, not here."
While on it, of course, our John Blackman's back for another year. Our very own Lee Green from LKLM Media. Fantastic to have the
Mr.
team back on
Ryan
board
Smith.
again, mate. Very good.
Yeah, thank you.
Very good. The second one I wanted to talk about was kicking in from when a behind's been kicked. So we've seen in the AFL, you just have to wait for the signal to be given. No flags waved. So that's been passed down to the EFNL this year. So you'll be able to see some quick bringings from a behind, provided where the ball comes as well. So it's the ball doesn't always just sit behind the goal, so you can whiz it out in 2 seconds like in the AFL where there's someone throwing you a ball. So we won't see too much of a change, I wouldn't have thought, with that one. The third one is the ruck, in the ruck contest. Now, in the centre circle, you've got a line that runs right through the middle circle, as we all know. If any player prior to the ball being touched crosses that line, it will automatically become a free kick to the opposition team. So I just wanted to clarify that. Have I got all those right?
That's all correct. You've done it well. I saw you speaking to our umpire manager earlier today, so I'm assuming you've got that right from the source. And I think those changes are going to be good for the game. And as the game plays out, obviously for round one, this is the first time we've had it, so I'm sure we'll be able to notice if there is some significant changes. I don't think there'll be too much of a change, and I think all three are positive.
Well, the reserves game is finished out here. there's no scoreboard. We sit behind the
We're at the worst
scoreboard
spot.
down at Cherry Road, so I can't actually see the score. I can't really work out, but judging by body language either. The game was a good game, is what I'll say. It's been quite entertaining. So I'm not too sure who's won that one, but we can see the Blackburn side running out onto the field now, which is great to see. Balwyn won't be too far behind them. They've been belting out the Techers behind us up here on the balcony for the last hour or so. Gav's been getting his groove on, which has been great to see. Fantastic stuff. But let's talk about this game and how it's going to play out. Wayne Brasher, you're a man who's been all over Premier Division for the better part of 30 years. What's your take on today's game?
Well, it's always a bit of an issue.
Yeah, we've got a bit of an issue there with Brasher's mic.
Yeah, I can't hear myself.
We can't.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now.
Yeah. Okay. Look, it's always an interesting game. It throws up the odd conundrum here and there, Premier Division. But the one thing that does stand true is that it's almost like a game of two halves every year, where one side will try and dominate and try and open up a lead and play catches if you can for the other side in the second half. But last year that game sort of changed a little bit. It was more nip and tuck between these two sides, and actually it was probably a better contest. But I just think that these two sides, obviously, once again, they structure up very well against each other. They've both had recruits that have gone and left, but at the end of the day, evolution comes, and it gives another chance to another set of players to create their own little bit of history. And once again, I think we're going to be set up for a grandstand finish this afternoon.
Be hoping that today's probably a little bit more free-flowing and high scoring than it was in the grand final, Ryan?
Well, hopefully we might be able to pick this up on the mic in a second, but we are going to go down to ground level because we do have, of course, the premiership flag to be unveiled. And Joe Trickier, who's been a life member of the Balwyn Football Club, has the honours of unveiling the flag today.
Awesome.
Which is right at ground level, so hopefully in a second we'll get to the presentations. But
whilst we're waiting for that, let's cross down boundary side to the one and only Josh Ward, who's rejoined the team this year, which has been fantastic. What's it like down there at ground level, Josh?
Afternoon, BWS, and to everyone tuning into this broadcast. It is a little bit breezy. The ground is still in really good condition, not too hard and not too soft as well. So we should be in for a free-flowing contest. Conditions overhead are pretty good as well. As mentioned, there is a bit of a breeze heading towards the Whitehorse Road end or to the left of your broadcast, if whatever medium you're tuning into. But really looking forward to kick-starting season 2026 and being back on the AFNL media team.
Fantastic stuff. No, we've got some words being said down at ground level coming up.
Well, he started on the microphone, and then he put it away. It was working, he just didn't hear himself.
Just gave up on that as the flag raises. Fantastic stuff for the Balwyn Football Club. Premiers again last year. Joe Trickier, who's been such an integral part of this football club. It's not always what happens on the field that deserves recognition, and we've been able to give Joe and Paul Johnson and many, Richard Wilson, there's plenty of people that have really built this club up. Rash as a powerhouse since they've come into the league, haven't they?
They certainly have, and I think when you look at it, BWS, I think the captaincy of Balwyn is an honour that's not bestowed on very good players. And I reckon Balwyn have pulled the right rein this year with Bowen Smith being the captain this year, because I think from the midfield, he'll be able to lead by example. I've actually tipped him to win the Chandler Medal this year.
I heard that on the podcast.
I think he's a good enough player this year. It's normally a midfielder's medal, and I'm thinking he'll lead from the front. And he brings a different type of personality and dynamic to this Balwyn lineup this year.
Yeah, class act, and it was in good form too on AFL Grand Final Day. I saw him in the sports bet marquee with Jeffrey Goebbels as well. A couple of Balwyn favourites down there. They had a good day. We all had a good day that day. But the game's getting pretty close to getting underway, and it's probably an important time to start going through the tips. But Gab, it looks like you've got something to say.
Yeah, I've got a tip for future premiership winners. Stiffen the flag, get it so that it's fully exposed to the crowd, and it says what it says because we're struggling. We're behind it as well. But I believe it says premiers for 2025. But I'm only guessing.
Yeah, there was also
it is limp as.
There was also a request to get the the bush there trimmed, but unfortunately the council didn't comply. So
here we go.
Oh no, but it's backwards, and we don't have the.
Maybe we could have a fan on top of the pole.
Well, they do that. That's what they did at the Olympics, didn't they? They got fans on them, so they always blow out. Yeah.
The council's
got to think of this.
But councils don't like acquiescing at the best of times.
Well, the captains have been in the middle. The toss has been won by Blackburn. Kate Ainsworth has won the toss. They're kicking up the hill, so it'll be Balwyn kicking down to the Whitehorse Road end in the first term. So the first win of the day going to the Blackburn Football Club. Let's get everybody's tips today. I'm going to start down the end of the table. Paul Yacconi, who do you like this afternoon, mate?
I think I'll go Balwyn by about 15 points.
Balwyn by 15. Now, it's been published that Wayne Brasher has tipped the Blackburn Football Club, but he wants to have a bet each way, and I think he's going to say Balwyn now.
Yeah, I am. If it was Blackburn in the record, I'll take it at 12 points, but I'm going to tip Balwyn by 12 points.
Nice work, Brash. Ryan?
Yeah, I think I did a bit of copy and pasting in the record, so I'm going Blackburn myself. I'm only going by, I think, 11 points. I think this is going to be tight either way.
Gav?
Yeah, well, I'm a burner now because of my postcode on my dress. So, but I'm not really. I'm still neutral, but I'm going to go Blackburn because they might have some motivation, but also I just was impressed how they started the season last year. They dominated Balwyn in round one in the Good Friday game last year, and those memories are strong. That they'll start getting out of the middle. They'll only release the ball when they're in control. I think the Burners win today.
Going to be a lot of tears shed out at Waverley Blues after hearing that comment.
Yeah, that was an old address. Yep.
It's going to be tough, but I'm not going past Balwyn. There's absolutely no way I can tip against the side who's just been unbelievable the last two seasons. They're on their home deck. I think that they've also got a point to prove that they were the deserved premier last year. Because let's face it, a lot of people do think Blackburn were robbed in that game. And I'm not going to bring it up again, but Balwyn, they are going to make a stand on this game. I'm picking them by 6 goals this afternoon, Balwyn.
That's pretty comprehensive when you think about it, because that means they'll win every quarter by, 10 a goal or 2. So that's a pretty dominant win. I don't think that's going to happen today. I'm looking forward to a close one. And it starts in the middle, as all great teams when they headbutt each other. It's the clash in the middle that's the pivotal one.
Josh Ward, boundary side, your tip this afternoon, the Smiling Assassin?
I tipped Blackburn in this contest as well. I'm going to tip them by about 15 points, fellas.
We won't ask Jared when he gets here because he will have probably got 15-20 minute head start.
I've got his tip.
You've got his tip?
Blackburn by 21 points.
Okay, so it's pretty well weighted towards the Blackburn Football Club across the media team this weekend.
Tell him not to tap on.
Yeah,
it's not needed.
Well, I'm not sure what the apparently big delays. Apparently.
Here's Gav Casey. It's the start of the EFNL season for 2026. Balwyn v Blackburn.
Rucks go at it. Harry doesn't jump, but at ground level he tries to influence the first ball up of season 2026. It stacks on the mill here at Balwyn, and it'll be another second ball up. It's great to see the bounce probably taken out of the hands, and it's always a ball up. Makes for an even contest. Harry wrestles with his opponent in Miller. Gets the punch down, but Urban's jumping onto the ball, but he's been tackled to the ground. So ball has not literally moved from the centre circle in the first few encounters. Harry wrestles with Miller. Taps forward does Harry, but Balwyn get it out on the wing. A series of hand pass to centre forward. Quick hand pass by Markovski. Now the kick comes in the forward line, but bounces truly for Hinkley to pick it up, and he releases out. The kick goes off the side of the boot for Balwyn and out of bounds. So that was Sharkey at half back. Didn't size up his options and misses his kick out in the full.
Some good matchups early, I'm noticing.
Doesn't the man on the mark have to stand on the boundary? Is that rule introduced in the local level, Ryan?
No, I don't believe so.
So an inside 50 again for Balwyn. It's probably not 50 here at Balwyn, but you know what I mean. And it's been off hands and out of bounds.
Now, I said just before the game that Balwyn were kicking the opposite direction they are now, and I watched that toss of the coin, so I do not know what's going on there. But Blackburn are kicking to the White Horse Road end, as you can already see on your screen. But if you're listening in the car on 98.1 Radio Eastern, you will know that the Blackburn are kicking down the hill, but the free kick from the ruck contest is going the way of Markovski, who's got it just outside the 50, might be just beyond his range here.
He's saying goals. Oh, no, he's not.
Almost looks like he's going to pop it up to the goal square, and it's going right to the line there. The big fist over the top. Knocked it through for the first score in 2026, and it goes the way of the Balwyn Football Club in a rush behind by the big man, Riley Winter, as Blackburn bring the ball back in now. Mark's been taken out there by Worm. Benny Worm in the back pocket, weighing up his options, kicks it down the line. The wing position of big pack forms, big fly over the back there by Freeman, got the fist on it at ground level. Lever was in there, he's going nowhere. Player comes in and will restart this one. True centre wing position, far side of Balwyn Park.
Out of side here, ball up, Balwyn working hard in tight, just missing it with Slimming, but he's got some help from teammates. Urban's there, always on the run. Get out to another option. Now it comes out at open play. One bounce. Will there be a rundown before the kick at goal? No, sizing it up. Miss to the left. And it's a miss by Bowen Smith, who had the goals at his mercy, but he just missed it to the left.
Blackburn bringing the ball back in, but a strong mark has been taken there by Schreiber.
That being said, they moved that ball extremely well from the turnover in transition.
Schreiber asking for players to emerge, but chopping it off nicely there was Salmon. Got the quick handball away, that was all right. Hicks into the middle of the ground now. It was a worm burner sort of kick over the back. It might sit there for Dorian, but chopping it off nicely there was McCarthy. Little handball out wide, went towards McDermott. He couldn't quite pick the football up. Now the burners through Bajaya. Go inside forward, 50. It's almost a Luxor Fortune type play there, but he got boot to ball. He got the quick possession, and now Blackburn have a genuine shot on goal. They're only about 30 metres out, and Aaron Sharkey to have a ping and kick the first major. So through the middle of the ground they went, Blackburn. A lot of pressure around the last few possessions before it spilled out. But Jaya got it on boot. In position A was Aaron Sharkey, who comes in now and makes no mistake. Straight over Dave Parker's head, the best EFNL goal umpire in the business. He gives a two-finger salute, and Blackburn are on the board for season 2026. They lead it one straight goal to Balwyn, one behind.
And Brash, great start for Sharkey, obviously pretty new, obviously fresh. He's only played the one senior game and one senior goal, so a great start for him, but looking forward to seeing how he certainly develops this season.
Probably against the trend of play early. Blackburn getting the first goal of the season. Smith again sharks it, gets it to Urban, bouncing board towards Pollux, who has to butter up, goes at it, takes the tackle on, but the hand pass has been intercepted. Salmon was in there, but his clearing effort was now intercepted, and ball would go inside 50 again, but to no one in particular was the ball by Miller. So it's seen out of bounds in front of Winter.
Well, the Balwyn forwards are getting a good look at the ball, but just not being able to capitalise on their territory as such.
Boundary throw in 20 metres out from Balwyn's goal. Tap tries to go to advantage, but it's been picked off by the defence of Oglethorpe. There's two Oglethorpes. Will clears it. They get a mark at half-back. Now they quickly go towards forward 50 to Blackburn. No one getting in there. They bundle them. Chubber over again. Sharky's in and about. He can't get a kick out as he's scragged. Waller tries to go inboard with the pass, but too much congestion. Intercepts the ball by numbers. Urban again getting a touch. He's been tackled. Does get a hand pass to release. And now a quick inside 50. In with the flight of the ball. Great defence with the late fist by the taller man. Just as Markowski was sizing up the chest mark, the punch from Winter was a relieving one.
Yeah, just the inside 50s at the moment. Balwyn dominating that stat 7-2, and the clearances 3-1 in favour of Balwyn.
Miller versus Harry. It's just inside the paint there for Balwyn. It fell a little bit short. The little knock on went out towards Oglethorpe. He copped one high for his troubles. It was Tiggy Touchwood, but the umpire paid it. So Oglethorpe of the Will variety now wants to stab it short. It got nice little hand on it there by Markowski. Caused the spoil, but it came out to Hicks, who just slammed it on his boot, but nobody was home. Tigers do have the numbers now, darting this way and that way. Smith in the middle, just a little toe poke. It was a little bit too cute in the end, and now the Burners might be able to run away with this one. Series of handballs goes out towards the wing position. Nicely in and under handball there by Wood. There might be advantage paid to Sharkey. Sharkey on the left boot. Numbers are plenty. Handball off. Dorian goal. And just like that, the transition of football was fast, it was swift, they made them pay, and that's what good sides do.
Yeah, absolutely, Brash. And we talked about the inside 50s just before. It's only been about 3 inside 50s, and they've already converted 2 straight, where Balwyn, probably with a different forward line this year, just struggling to adapt a little bit.
Yeah, and Blackburn are pushing that half-back line up a little bit more, and then catching them out on the break, running back into their forward 50. Balwyn are going to have to tighten up there.
Great team play by Toby Wooler. He's only 10 metres out. He could have said, I'll have this kick at goal, but handed it off to the runner who's running into an open goal for certain one. Here goes Urban again. They're working beautifully. Smith and Urban inside 50, ball smothered. Quickly gets onto Pollux. He couldn't get it onto his boot, but does in the end. Jordovic, the new recruit, goal sneak extraordinaire, has come into the Tigers, kicks his first goal for 2026, and they rushed it in. Pollock's a bit slow to get his foot to the ball, but it bounces out to Jordovic, top of the square, and he pops a goal through. The first for Balwyn for their season, 1-2-8, trailing on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard at Blackburn, 2 straight 12, 14 and a half minutes into the first term.
He was a talking point over the off-season. We didn't know if he would start in the senior lineup straight away, but great for him just to get the nerves out, get a goal early, and just fitting at home. But that dominance in the middle, Urban Smith, looked good.
Consider themselves lucky because it probably should have been paid holding the ball deep in 50, but Harry got it out of the middle, goes inside forward 50 now, thumped it wide. It just sat up okay that time for Young. His little handball over the top might work out okay there for Knipe. Got an in and out handball to Wolf. They're hugging the boundary here. It still has stayed alive, but Bowen Smith just wanted the boundary line handball to his mate in the crowd.
Yeah, that was very ambitious there by Bowen Smith. Thought he heard a shadow.
So across the half-forward line here for Blackburn. As Lamott went up against Harry. Lamott had the front spot there. Sorry, it was Miller. Came inside forward 50 on ground level. Ducking into the tackle. The umpire's not going to pay that one. In fact, it's going to be a free kick against Blackburn. It was Sharkey who's been really lively in this game. Just threw it away in the end after he was trying to do a Joel Selwood and duck into a free kick. Balwyn, little stab pass in towards the middle of the ground. It's going to work out okay. And now a chance for them through the middle once again. Kick goes out towards the wing position. Handball up, that's okay. Comes out towards Wooler. His handball went really nowhere. Eventually it comes back to Wooler. Couldn't quite trap the football. Schreiber came in for support for Balwyn. Did a little pirouette. Got the handball away just in the nick of time. Now the kick goes up towards the half-forward line. Standing strong in the fullback position was Riley Winter, who's got a big task today. He's up against Jack Boyd. Takes a strong mark out.
He started well though, Winter. He started real well on Boyd.
I know Schreiber's got 20 on his back, but he did a 720 in that tackle. But as Blackburn got the kick from half back to half forward, they go on the outer side. No mark taken by Miller. Takes on all tacklers. And he carries people on his back but couldn't get the ball onto his boot. Schreiber butters up for him. Tackled to the ground by Wooler. So Miller's going to be an impressive player for Balwyn. Huge. It's going to be hard to beat for a lot of sides if he follows the ball around. They're going to get tired just having a go at him. But it's Blackburn with the ball outer side. Running out of congestion is Hicks. Spears the ball in and another mark inside 50. This time it's the skipper, Cade Ainsworth, who takes the mark on the chest, and it's their second chest mark. Well, sorry, it's their third chest mark in the forward line.
Just efficiency really going forward. They've been able to hit up their targets, and another great opportunity to have their third.
It's they're getting forward of the ball into open spaces, these smart midfielder forwards. And this time Ainsworth from 40 metres out puts it over the goal umpire's hats. It's 3 straight for Blackburn. They lead by 10. 3 straight, 18, leading Balwyn 1-2-8 as we travel past 11 minutes into this first term. I was going on the clock before the time of the day. So
Well, they're moving the ball into their forward 50 with great speed, and Balwyn can't get the numbers back to prevent those one-on-ones, and that's where Blackburn are winning at the moment on those matchups.
Yeah, the inside 50 marks at the moment in favour of Blackburn, 3-0, and they're leading the tackle count 7-3, Blackburn.
Tovey went up that time against Miller. Blackburn with the clearance. It came out towards Elliott, who got it on the right boot just in the nick of time. Inside forward 50 it goes. Knocked on, out wide, going towards the McCarthy direction. Spun around, got boot to ball, and kicked it out of that danger zone. But standing in the front spot there was Salmon. He couldn't quite trap it. Bowen Smith was there, front and centre, got the quick handball away. It goes right towards the boundary line. Strong tackle sees it go over and out.
I've been really impressed with Blackburn's tackling pressure on the ball carrier early.
Far side of Balwyn Park here. Tovey got the front spot that time, did really well, double-fisted down. Dorian got the ball ripped out of his arms. Bajaya and co, strong tackle. And we'll have a ball up just inside the paint.
I believe a
free kick. A little bit too crude from Dorian and Bajaya. No, free kick going to Dorian. Okay. Trying to work that one out, but nonetheless, Dorian goes inside forward 50 now, right towards the forward pocket. Getting a timely hand on it there was Jimmy Miller, and knocks it over the boundary line for a boundary throw in. Right forward pocket, Whitehorse Road end. Blackburn have started sensationally here. They lead by 10 points as we go to Paul Yaconi in the Stats Centre.
Yeah, Blackburn have had 5 of the last 6 inside 50s, and they've evened it up 8-7 in Balwyn's favour.
Hand pass goes out to Worm. He tries to worm his way out of the pack, gets it towards Carmody. Carmody dispossessed just as he's hoping to do something in the forward line. So it's a free kick going to Miller. So the big man goes to the outer side, sees an option, might go too far for Schreiber as the defence come rushing at him when he was going with the flight of the ball. It's finished up off hands and out of bounds, outer side. It's a great start for Blackburn. They haven't probably had as much ball as Balwyn, but they lead 18-8 with efficiency going forward. What can they do out of this pack? Miller gets a hand pass received, puts the boot on the ball, bundles it forward 30, but the Balwyn player is tackled to the ground. So Obi Chambers will.
He was a bit lucky to get away with that. That could have been nearly a sling.
Yeah, so it was a pretty fierce tackle, and now there's an injury behind play. It's too close to the stoppage here for the umpires to ignore it. So they have called for the trainers to come to the assistance of the player. Just trying to, it's left on the camera, so I'm just trying to get my eyes to be binoculars. That'd be fantastic. But a limping player for Blackburn will upset their systems, no doubt.
No doubt Josh Ward will be all over this.
Whilst we got a moment, Ryan, I think when you look at the back line of Blackburn, I think Winter has started really well.
Yeah, Winter has had a really good impact early. As they play in the hands of the trainers.
Well, it's one of their tools. I just want to be sure. So that's going to muck around with their forward systems.
That's Lucas Tovey who's coming off.
Yeah.
I'll keep you guys posted on that injury.
Thanks, Josh. As we're waiting on the umpires to get the all clear from the trainer. They will probably wait for the player to be off the field totally for safety reasons, but the play is on the outer side, ready to go. So Elliott is around the ball with trying to receive it from Harry, and Miller go at it. But it's again Balwyn out of a ruck contest, taking the roving, the kick towards Pollux. He gets the punch over the top of him as he goes for the mark and has been punched out of bounds. It's forward, half forward for Balwyn. It's 1-8 Balwyn trailing Blackburn 3 straight, 18. Halfway through this first term. Rucks go at it again. Knocked towards the boundary. Blackburn can't get it out, and the tackle was too good.
Good tackle.
And that will be a free kick for Balwyn. The leading into Markovsky over his head in the end. He just led too soon maybe, got underneath it, and now it's a disputed ball in the forward pocket for Balwyn.
The one thing Balwyn can't do at the moment is they can't hit a target in their forward 50.
Umpire, quick restart. Harry muscled his opponent right out of it, getting to ball. It was McCarthy in towards the centre-half forward position. Bowen Smith was there, little handball back out. Handball over the top there by Schreiber into no man's land, but it was Lux of Fortune because Knight was there. It back in towards the middle, good pressure by the Burners here. Elliott got dispossessed. Schreiber on the left goes up towards the half-forward line. It's very close to the boundary, but it stays alive. Obi Chambers about 60 metres out from goal. He wants to poke it lovely to Lamotte, but it went over his head, and Riley Winter once again stands strong. Takes the mark and then takes off to the races. He kicks it down towards the wing position. They looked like they had the numbers over the top that time there of Oglethorpe's head, but the ball comes alive in towards the middle of the park, hopping one high. I think in the middle there was a Balwyn player. It was. A free kick going the way of the Tigers. It worked out okay there, but the kick was a very sloppy one right in towards the middle. Out now, comes out to Worm, who's Worm burner kick, goes inside forward 50. That's one for you, one for me, Gav, as it comes out now. A little handball out towards Oglethorpe. He couldn't quite get boot to ball. Balwyn with the clearing kick in towards the middle. It's a rushed game at the moment. Harry down on hands and knees, the big man trying to do it all. Nicely done there, spinning on a throop. There was Markowski, who was brought down, and it's going to be holding the ball in the middle here at Balwyn Park. Free kick going to Horsnail. On the right boot, out towards the half-forward line. In the front spot there was Ned Lamotte. He got the spoil. Now the Tigers have the numbers. Series of handballs. That looked okay. Apostolou got it out towards his teammate, and it was chopped off. We've got a number 70 out there for Blackburn, which is Curran. Looked at the wrong team sheet there. My mistake as it goes up towards the half-forward line. Diving into the free kick there was Wooler. He threw his head back. What we've noticed early in this first term is the umpire is not playing for the stage free kicks. He's not paying them.
I thought Schreiber's was a hold. He played for it, but the defender held him without the ball.
Snack out of the ruck contest, goes out of bounds on the full over the sponsor signs, which look like sheets folded over a clothesline out there on the fence today. There's on the right boot. Blackburn go inside forward 50, and too many numbers there back for Balwyn, and they'll have a chance to get themselves out of that danger zone. They currently lead this game by 11 points on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. Hope you're enjoying the broadcast today on 98.1 Radio Eastern. Is streaming live around the globe on YouTube and Facebook, including one of my best friends, Louise, who's listening in from Tasmania today. Over to you, Gav.
Oh, I was just pondering Louise in Tasmania.
We're bringing they're watching everywhere, mate.
Okay, yep, that's
they're converted.
Reminds me of a Jonah Louis song.
So it's a ball up at half forward for Blackburn. Quick kick just outside their 50. A lot of pressure on Balwyn. Sharked by Epple. His hand pass was intercepted. Going again for Blackburn is Stewart. They can't get out of the tackles, can Blackburn. Bouncing ball does fall the way of Oglethorpe. He's been stripped with the bump. Now the ball goes bundled forward for Balwyn. Running on to Markowski. Leads his defender only for a moment. The defender gets there just as you hope to take possession. He comes again though. Markowski butters up with his own possession. Great play. Bouncing is Jordanvik. Bounces the ball inside 50, but the numbers are with the Burners. And the hand pass was quick. Finds its way to the defender who gets the clearing kick. And on the wing is Sharkey. He must have a bit of an odour going because he seems on his own all day, and the kick was beautiful. Finding his teammate inside 50, and Hinkley was on the end of it. And Sharky's finding space, but there isn't really.
That was the perfect piece of transition play from the back line. They stretched forward, pushed them all over to the far side of the ground, and then were able to create the loose man coming down on the pavilion side.
Hinkley goes around the corner, and that's a big boot. How does he get that much leverage from the pocket 35 out? But he does, and Hinkley adds to the pressure on Balwyn. They're getting the forward inside 50s, but they're not getting the goals. Blackburn, contrary, 4 straight, 24, leading Balwyn 1-2-8. 20 minutes gone, first term.
Ryan, when you look at Blackburn and Balwyn's one-on-one in that forward 50, Balwyn are struggling at the moment.
They are, and when you look at their forward line, you do have to remember no Oakes, no Tillich today. Charlie's obviously gone, so it's a very different forward line, which I think it's going to take them just a bit of time to start hitting their targets. They're a bit smaller up forward compared to Blackburn, where they've got those, those targets like a Wooler.
Sharky looks like a bit of a player, doesn't he?
He does.
We're into time on here. Rucks go at it. Harry got the knockdown. Bowen Smith will be the first player to meet it, put his head over the football. Umpire said play on. Sharky got the little kick out towards the centre half forward line. Buttering his way through was Knipe. His handball got dispossessed, but he went after it again. Great second effort. The Tigers do have the numbers, though. Across the half-back line, will they try and use the middle here and slow things down? The good lead comes out wide. Lamott, he just has to trap it. He couldn't. Boundary line beats all players, and over she goes for a boundary throw-in. Nearly a possession there to Josh Ward. We can see him on camera.
I think Balwyn will be thankful that this is the first quarter of the year and that they're getting their that their radar can get it right as the game progresses, because they just can't hit a target at the moment.
Over the top there, Miller on top of Harry, just palmed it down. A little up and under kick goes out towards the wing position. Chasing it after there is Boyd, who's come a long way out. He wants to get amongst it. Been a little bit dry as Riley Winter for Blackburn has been owning the Balwyn forward 50 in this first term. Nicely done there by Miller, had the front spot knocked down, but Jaya couldn't quite trap it. Little paddle there by Harry into towards the area of Sharkey. Got muscled out of it nicely by Markoski. The ball stays alive, Urban. Kept it in. Oglethorpe was there, somehow weaved himself out of a phone booth there, and it went up towards the half-forward line. Dorian was in there for Blackburn. Over the football, just trying to get something out. Can they keep it alive? Carmody was in there as well. Lays a strong tackle, and we'll have a ball up about 65 metres out from the Blackburn goal line.
So the score 4 straight Blackburn, 24, leading Balwyn 1-2-8. Been very impressive, has the efficiency of the Burners going forward. Punch forward by the ruckman Harry. Now another inside 50. Forwards go at it. Blackburn swarming on the ball. Kick smothered with feet. So the didn't get aerial, did the shot at goal, and that's why it was no score. And this time Balwyn hold up in defence. And it goes out of bounds.
Can't afford to let Blackburn get another score here out of this forward 54-inch.
Well, they push off, ruck contest, ball gets smothered straight as the ruckman tries to get it going forward. So no score because it goes off.
That's a point.
The smother. Oh, it is a point, so it is another minus score. This time it's to Blackburn, their first, 4-1-25, leading Balwyn 1-2-8. So Wooler, I think, was pushing off in the ruck there, but no goal. As we go to Paul, you had some stats?
Yeah, the clearances are currently 7 apiece at the moment.
Kick goes out. Markoski used his body really well, and the umpire said, no, you didn't. You gave a little push, so it'll be a free kick to Salmon on the right boot. He wastes no time. He bangs it inside forward. 50 strong. Mark stood strong. Daniel Wood, the umpire didn't pay it, and he ducked under the tackle. Schreiber brought him to ground. He had a bit of a sling. But we'll have a ball up about 35 metres out. Very stiff not to be paid that was Daniel Wood. Balwyn fans breathe a sigh of relief. The umpire throws it up again. Smith was in there trying to burrow his way out of danger. He was brought to ground, and we'll have another stoppage.
I think the only reason why he didn't get the mark is he was out of position, the umpire.
Yeah, fair enough, Brash. Big strong tackle that time on Oglethorpe of the Charlie variety, brought to ground by Young. Inches closer. It's only 20 metres out from the Burners goal at the moment. Taken there by Miller in the ruck. He couldn't quite get boot to ball. Getting in and under was Wooler. With Bowen Smith, the skipper of Balwyn. Now we're just outside the goal square for Blackburn. Miller got the knockdown. They've got the numbers. Little snap there by Carmody around the body. Carmody, will it sit? It won't. And through for one behind as it hit the goalpost. So a couple of behinds in the last few moments sees Blackburn 4-26. And they leave Balwyn 1-2-8 as we cross the 25-minute mark.
I just want to, for record, we're a bit rusty. Elliott was that goal kicker from the boundary line for Blackburn because in the call I should have called Hinkley from the back line. So it was Elliott in the end who kicked the 4th goal for Blackburn. We're a bit rusty, aren't we, Ben? But first game in, we'll get the records. Yeah, I reckon.
You're rusty. I'm struggling with my scores because all my bloody shortcuts have disappeared from the grand finals last year.
So now it's in Blackburn's hand again for a shot at goal. Sorry we didn't call it, but Toby Wooler has now got a shot from 40 metres out, and from the kick out they mucked that up, did Balwyn. And on the right side pocket, Wooler, who's been a very impactful player already, having a shot at goal. From the boundary, inside, misses to the right, doesn't hook it enough, and it's a minor score. So it's Blackburn now 4-3, 27.
Yep.
Balwyn 1-2-8, deep into this first quarter.
Yeah, Blackburn are certainly getting a lot of those opportunities. They've got 5 marks inside 50 to Balwyn none.
Kick now for Balwyn goes out. A strong mark has been taken there by Miller. Lee, I'm glad you said that, Lee, about the scores, because I was thinking I might have to get you some times tables to put on the back of the toilet door.
Oh. 10 4s or 13, isn't it?
Miller goes up towards the half-forward line. Lamont was in the front spot, but Harry's been paid it. Big ruckman for the Blackburn Football Club. Across the half-back line for them. Kick goes now up towards the half-forward line. Big pack forms at the fall of the ball. It was kicked inside forward 50 by Apple. Bouncing football, went through the arms there of Worm. He goes after it again. He somehow found possession. He needs to get boot to ball. He just does that. Steps around the body. That's as good as you will see. Amazing goal. Blackburn, they're off to a flyer in this game, and they've kicked their 5th goal of the day. 5-3-33 to Balwyn. 1-2-8. What a sensational goal.
Well, that's your first highlight reel for the year, Ryan. Probably could be goal of the year too already.
I'm already going on Instagram now.
Yeah, your one's now playing funny buggers as well.
I think we're all playing funny buggers.
Credit to Worm, though. He did look for the hand pass. He did all the team things, and he said, well, sorry, this is the only option. I'm going to have to get the highlight.
Probably the only game of the year that we're not going to have a Tobin Brothers Goal of the Day prize as well. But he certainly has got Goal of the Day. It'll be a tough one to beat back in the middle, Gav.
So, very impressive in the forward 50-yard Blackburn. 5-3-33, leading Balwyn 1-2-8. But in the middle, it's been Urban and Smith doing great off the ruck. But Blackburn, if they can nullify the contest, they do get it out. Out now, forward line. Hand pass goes. Bouncing ball towards the goals. Trying to get it to Carmody was Blackburn. And they're got it inside 50. Just through pure grit and determination.
They seem to have a lot more leg speed, Blackburn and Balwyn. They seem to be able to run the lines a lot better too.
Back position, Wooler. So he has to be the tackle. He's got a teammate there to help him. So that's just how determined. They've got a sniff of goals, Blackburn. So once they get inside, they are really going hard at it. And Sharky's been impactful as well. Wooler knocks it backwards, hoping to open up the play. But it's Knight who's got it. He has to take on tacklers. They're always there. One of them being Fraser Elliott, the goal kicker from before. And it is a great quarter for Blackburn as the siren sounds. Blackburn leading at quarter time in this grand final rematch, so to speak. Blackburn 5-3-33, Balwyn 1-2-8. Goal kickers before we go to the break. It's Dorian, Ainsworth, Worm, Elliott and Sharkey. And the only goal on the board for Balwyn in the first term was to Jordovic. 33 plays 28. You're listening on Radio Eastern 98.1, maybe viewing it on YouTube or Facebook. Join us soon for quarter 2.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. Let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner, broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman, or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy to use website and memory maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
We pride ourselves on being the most transparent funeral company. All pricing on goods and services are available on our website. It's all there for you to see and make very informed decisions when planning a loved one's funeral.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back out to Balwyn Park. It's Good Friday football in the Eastern Football Netball League. A huge clash out here today. Last year's grand finalists going at it. Balwyn taking on Blackburn. And at quarter time, it is Blackburn leading this one 5-3-33 to Balwyn 1-2-8. And a fantastic start there by the Blackburn Football Club. And I'm pretty upset that I didn't say Blackburn by 6 goals instead of Balwyn by 6 goals. But nonetheless, there'll be a lot to come out of that quarter for both sides. We know Josh Ward's down boundary side. He'll speak to one of the coaches. I believe he's over at Blackburn at quarter time. So we'll hopefully have Anthony Fagan soon. But let's cross to Paul Yaconi and the Stats Centre for those important stats that mattered in the first term, Paul.
Yeah, in the first quarter, the clearances 8-7 in favour of Blackburn. The inside 50 marks 5-0 in favour of Blackburn. Intercept marks 3-2 in favour of Blackburn. Tackles 14-9 in favour of Blackburn. Inside 50s 15-11 in favour of Blackburn, and free kicks 4-2 in favour of Blackburn.
Well, they've just dominated the contest in the first quarter here, Blackburn.
The pressure's huge.
Massive. I actually think for Balwyn, this is probably the quarter that they wanted to have to get the cobwebs out of the system. When they moved the ball into their forward 50, they couldn't hit a target, and they were getting sliced open on the turnover. Riley Winter at centre half back's been unpassable at the moment, and he's been setting up many plays. But when Blackburn go and hunt the ball, they're hunting in numbers, and then when they take control of the contest, they're able to find free men in their forward 50, and they're pushing the Balwyn forward 50s, back 50 up a little bit, and they're stretching them and able to get really good matchups and good look-ups, BWS.
They look really fit and they look fast as well, is what I take out of that first term. They certainly looked faster of the two sides, but I totally agree with the working in numbers part. Every time the ball came to a contest, you could always count on, if it was once it had spoiled, that there was 2 or 3 Blackburn players in and under trying to force that ball out. There was a lot of hard football from both sides there, but they just couldn't get the ball when past the half-forward line. And when they did, it seemed like it was rushed, it was under pressure, and then you've got players like Riley Winter, who was just standing strong, reading the play perfectly, and they were just able to work themselves out of danger.
I think what really highlighted that was that play there where Blackburn had 3 at the contest, and they managed to win that, and then they managed to create the overlap. They pushed Balwyn over the far side, all their players, and exposed this whole wing, and then basically the Blackburn players with their leg speed and run were able to run into open space, and they just cut Balwyn right open and then hit that target for a shot on goal and a goal. Kev.
Yeah, Sharky at half forward to get that much space. It's rolling the dice, but faith in your teammates.
Let's cross down boundary side to Josh Ward, who's with Brenton Sanderson.
Sando, what do you make of that first quarter with Blackburn getting the fast start?
Yeah, they did. I mean, I thought we probably actually started better. We probably had the first 5 or 6 inside 50s of the game, but couldn't convert. They're pressuring us into mistakes. We've kicked the ball really poorly, made some really poor decisions, and just made some position adjustments with the how high our forwards are getting and maybe how deep they actually are setting up. So we've got to get back better around contest and clearance before we got beat that quarter. But yeah, we've got to make sure we make the right adjustments.
Do you look to make any adjustments personnel-wise in this quarter?
No, not yet. I'll back the boys in. there is a bit of breeze out here, maybe not 4 goals, but yeah, we've got to find a way to generate a bit more offence and create some more turnovers.
What's the key message for the final 3 quarters?
Gee, that's a good point. Good question. I mean, I'm not sure. We just, I just thought we were a bit too cute. We probably, even though we started really well, we didn't, hit the scoreboard. So, yeah, this quarter maybe not so complex. I reckon they're in their heads a little bit, trying maybe making things a bit too complicated. But yeah, I'm sure we'll see a better quarter this quarter.
Thanks, Andrew. Good luck for the rest of the game.
Nice. Thank you.
Very in-depth interview. Great job there by Josh Ward down boundary side. We're just waiting for the umpires to restart this game, but it's a 25-point margin to Blackburn at quarter time. It'll be Balwyn kicking down the hill in this term as the umpire holds the ball aloft, and here's Gav Casey to get us underway with the second quarter.
Balwyn this quarter going to the White Horse Road end. If it's got a wind advantage, it's only little. Ground level ball. Tigers are scrapping for it, but it's Blackburn who are going to get the clearing kick. Waller in front. He's been cradled by his defender, Silvani, and Waller just couldn't claw it in, but he's bouncing on the ball just to hold it up again. Silvani limping away from the contest, so the Rucks will go at it deep in Blackburn's forward line. Ground level scrap. Waller again bundles his opponents off, and Urban said, I got taken in the head, that's why I'm on the ground, but the umpire's not interested. Looks like a fair fight here in the forward line for Blackburn. Wooler gets beaten this time, but he's quick to bounce. He got scragged off the ball. The umpire was right in front of you. Not often do I criticise, but he just got nailed off the top rope.
I'm with you there, Gav. I was waiting.
And now it's a free kick, and it goes against Wooler. The bigger man, Miller, won twice.
Probably a bit of frustration in that.
So Miller won the aggression and got the free kick. His kick goes out to the wing, but it's the ground level. Harry hand passes it off. Quick ball goes forward. Underneath it is Apple, but Schreiber reads it well, takes the mark in his half-back line.
Schreiber wind around on his familiar left boot, kicks it out wide. They've got the numbers. What are they going to change up in this term, Balwyn Football Club? Because they've certainly got jumped. So Steve Slimming, also on the left boot, just pokes it up towards the wing position. Pack forms, came out towards Bowen Smith, whose little handball put his teammate in Boyd under a fair bit of pressure, the big man. Good pressure once again by Blackburn. Scrambly kick into the middle of the ground. Which way will this one bounce? It'll come out towards Miller. That was unorthodox, but he got a toe poke inside forward 50, came out towards Answorth, got the little ball out wide. They've got the numbers if they can just manufacture it. Well done there by the big man. Harry had to get down low. He slammed it on his boot, but he kicked it out of bounds on the full. He'll be disappointed with that disposal, and out she goes. So a free kick going the way of the Tigers. Benny Freeman to bring this ball back in. Never kicked a goal, Benny Freeman. It'd be nice to see him kick one day as it goes up towards the half-forward line in the front spot. Nicely done that time by Kai Stewart over the boundary line. She goes for a boundary throw-in.
Never.
Not even in the under-8s. Well, I don't have the stats back to Vic kick, for crying out loud. What are you talking about? Take it away, Gav.
Again, Miller tries to shrug his opponent out of the way. Goes forward from Balwyn. Kick off the ground might suit. Hand pass by Jordovic. Spoons it up. And eventually they get closer to goal. And they've got a kicker at goal. And it's a goal to Slimming. So they just pushed and grunted and muscled their way forward. And in the end, a hand pass received, or knock forward received to Slimming, ends in a goal from 15 metres out.
Almost sort of huffing and puffing and blowing your house down there, Gav?
Eventually, and they get their second on the board. Balwyn 2-2-14, trailing Blackburn 5-3-33.
Well done. Very well done.
This is like a challenge they put in front of you, is the scoreboard on our screen.
So it's a start that they wanted. Pye throws it up. Miller versus Harry. Ball hit the deck. It scooted out. Quick kick inside forward 50 there by Lever. Knocked on nicely. Inside it goes. It's only about 20 metres out. Ball bounces towards the current direction. He trapped the footy. Had time for a bounce. Could just squeeze it. Kick out of the danger zone. Chopped off nicely there by Noah Lever. So he's about 50 metres out. He had a quick turn, but he's going to go back. Oh, sorry, it's not Lever. It's Chambers. Obi Chambers in the long sleeves. He'll have a ping from 50. Wasn't originally confident. He'll come in now. He's going to kick a sausage roll right to the line. Fantastic kick, helicopter punt style. And Obi Chambers kicks his first of the afternoon. That's 2 quick goals in 4 minutes to the Balwyn Football Club, and they're getting closer and closer, the margin back to 13 points.
Oh, well, Paul, you got some stats for the early parts of this second term, but it'd be interesting.
Yeah, the inside 50s so far are 4-1 in favour of Balwyn, and the clearances are 2-1 in favour of Balwyn.
Okay, so it's they're getting some territory. They're getting it out of the stoppages, Balwyn. And now a new ruckman at it. Harry tries to jump all over his opponent in Boyd. Boyd at ground level just takes the contest, and now they're still scrapping. There's a throw. It's going to go against Blackburn. So just the grunt work that's coming into the game for Balwyn is just pushing the ascendancy their way. It's going to be another centre clearance and forward inside 50. This time it's Lever. So Lever from
Switch with Paul.
Centre of the ground will spear the ball in. He's just more hopeful than having a determined kick at anyone in particular, and it's a chopped off intercept mark for Blackburn.
Well, they had to get that first goal, Balwyn, because I thought it was really important.
Kick goes up towards the wing position. It was a big fly there by Young. He got one bite on it. A handball came out towards the Schreiber direction. He goes backwards now to Silvani. On the right boot, goes direct. Thumped the ball 50 metres. Inside forward 50, and that's the shortest way home. And the big man, Jimmy Miller, has taken a mark about 45 metres out directly in front.
And that's Balwyn at their best, when they get the ball and they kick the ball long to position to a tall forward.
Yeah, absolutely, and that is a target now. That's obviously been playing in the ruck today, but great to have him up forward. He's going to be a big impact for them this year.
Well, it could be a matter of 3 goals in 6 minutes if Miller can put this one through. It is an important kick. He leans over it and kicks it straight through the middle. That's his first of the day. And now on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard, the margin is back to 7 points. Balwyn are 4-2-26. They are trailing Blackburn 5-3-33.
Yeah, that's a good comeback by Balwyn early on in this second quarter. They had to respond, and they've done so.
And you can tell by the middle, they have had some dominance through the middle at patches during this game. You look at Bowen Smith, who's obviously stepped into the leadership role this year. He's had plenty of the football, Gav, in the early stages. Same with Urban. So it is still a pretty experienced midfield. Starting to get on top.
Yeah, this is an interesting move. Miller, I'm not sure if was he wearing the headband from the start?
Because he was.
Yeah, so he's not injured moving forward. He's just a move. Boyd, undermanned in terms of jumping ability, so Blackburn win the tap, but Balwyn's tenacity to close in on their opponents has been very effective in this quarter. And again, we'll have another stoppage where Boyd could try to muscle Harry. He does some good work there. Punch comes off and it bewilders a lot. So Blackburn finally get a kick. Schreiber's chasing after it. He's under a bit of pressure. He's got composure. The hand pass over to his teammate in Knipe. He goes down the middle of the wing. Bouncing onto it is his teammate. Hand pass release goes to Urban. He dances around opponents and then he rushes himself by trying to do a little bit too much. The high up and under, eventually it'll find its way out. Balwyn can't get the open play. As Blackburn, they're mucking up their lines too. As finally they get a hand pass backwards just to shore themselves up. In defence, that was a late challenge by Silvani. Standing up tall to other Blackburn players. Now 3-on-1. As underneath it for Blackburn was Carmody. Ground level ball nearly snapped, but smothered for the Burners. Clearing kick for Balwyn, sees the numbers with Blackburn. Oglethorpe hands it over to his teammate. Short pass, nearly not 15, and it's spilled anyway. Spilled in, so Urban picks up the scraps. He quickly kicks it to the wing. The numbers again in good position for Blackburn, setting up a wall, and it's now in the hands of Hinkley. Hinkley looks at options, left, right, backwards, forwards, now just goes as long as he can. Waller will be lining the ball, but a man in his way for Balwyn, and a nice defensive mark taken by Lockie Young.
Well, they've tightened up here, Balwyn, in their back 50, not allowing any free space here for Blackburn to run into.
8.5 gone, 7 points is the margin. Balwyn are coming up towards their half-forward line now. Giving away a free kick there was Markowski, going in hard. Kate Ainsworth, skipper for Blackburn, picks himself up. Markowski not making that an easy job. So Ainsworth darts this way, darts that way, eventually called to play on, so he's going to go towards the Harry and Wooler direction, but standing strong there was Jack Boyd, who takes the mark. Across the back line now. Got it to Smith. Smith got it to Wolf. Wolf over the top. This might work okay for McCarthy. Dorian came in pretty hard and linking handball there. Apostolo kicks the goal. And Balwyn, that's 4 in a row now for the Tigers, and they are within a point here as we cross the 9.5-minute mark in this second term, Brash.
Yeah, they are. And look, it's taken them 10 minutes to get back into the contest, BWS, but good sides. Right, and we did say this, that if one side got to the front, then the other was going to come back. That's the sort of game we're in for this afternoon.
And of course, it is round 1 too, so maybe a bit of the first quarter, a bit of a rust, and with some interesting lineups up forward, Paul.
Yeah, that Balwyn have come back in this quarter. They've scored 4 goals from their 6 inside 50s so far. They lead it 6-4 in that department in this quarter.
The punch by McCarthy in defence went 30 off his fist, but Blackburn are in the way. Trying to get the hand pass over Oglethorpe. He ducks underneath, so the kick goes forward. And now it's in the hands of Carmody at forward line. Spears the ball into Wooler on the chest. Never going to miss it when it's straight on the chest. And the defence had no chance there to intercept that one.
Well, that was a really well-weighted pass there, and basically the Balwyn play didn't have a chance, Gav.
It was a millisecond from boot to his chest, so really Silvani was a bit hapless there. He was never going to get around Wooler and get the intercepting punch in. So it's been an interesting quarter. Balwyn from trailing by 25 points, 4 goals in 10 minutes, but this will be a steadier for Blackburn. 40 metres out, Wooler has got a goal.
Beautiful kick.
That's his first on the board, and now that's a semi-relieving goal. 6-3-39. Blackburn lead by 7 again. Balwyn 5-2-32. 11 minutes gone, second term.
Really excited to see what he can do with a full pre-season under his belt. We do remember last year, wins the Chandler medal, but missed the first 6 games of the season. He's going to be vital this year if Blackburn are going to get back to grand final day, and already looking good early, and you can't blame him with that sort of delivery. It's fantastic.
If he can kick 60 goals plus, they're going to be going close again, Blackburn.
Well, this was the scoreline halfway through the final term in the grand final, so it's a lot more entertaining today that have come out with the clappers. As Oglethorpe bouncing kick, but they've been chopped off nicely there by Young, who got boot to ball up towards the half-forward line. Big fly there. Markoski's giving away a free kick and then chases after it. Not happy about it, but too bad, so sad, says the umpire. Free kick to Blackburn. So middle of the ground, they've got the numbers. Billy Hicks was all by himself, and that kick eventually got to him, but he was made to work very hard for it. Little handball back from Oglethorpe. Now the Burners have the numbers out. Here's Hicks. He'll go over the top, you would think. Darts this way, that way. Little handball now over the top. They're mucking around with it a little bit. Silvani punched it away when he probably should have gone for the mark. At ground level, Schreiber was in there. He hit the deck. Couple of Burners on top of him. And we'll have a ball up 50 metres out from the Blackburn goal line.
What's the rule? If you can get 2 fists to it, you could have marked it?
Pretty much. 2 hands for beginners, as sometimes they say as well. As it comes out, knocked down at ground level. Knipe sees it over the boundary line and out right in front of the canteen and the bar.
Yeah, I don't think he was aware that no one else was actually flying for the ball.
It took a while to get to him, so fair dues to him.
A lot of red jackets in front of him that probably told him he was hot down there as well. As the umpire throws it in, it came out. Knipe was the first play to go after. Got the handball to Urban, who ducked into the tackle. The umpire said it was okay. McDermott boot to ball out towards the wing position. Bit of holding there. Free kick going the way of the Tigers. And now taking off is Pollux, who just thumps the ball 70 metres inside forward 50. It bounces, and it goes out of bounds. Probably an okay result for Balwyn. Left forward pocket boundary throw-in.
I think the difference, Brash, is that Balwyn aren't trying to hit up targets in the forward line. They've given up on that. Just rush it in. Get the speed, get the motion in, and get players on the move.
Something like a shock horror effect.
Ball in close to their goals at Whitehorse Road Ed. And a lot of appealing for free kicks, and the umpire is just saying, give it back to me. And he's having a bit of dialogue too. He's having to describe what he saw, I think, that it wasn't over the... or is he? What is he actually talking? Is it over the shoulder or not? It's still a ball up, but he's having a lot of talk, and Malkoshi gets up going, oh, why didn't I get a free kick? Anyway, it's now at ground level. Hand pass for Balwyn doesn't go to a teammate, so holding up in defence. Blackburn through Winter will take the tackle and give it back to the umpire. Top of the goal square. Balwyn within sight of another goal. They've already got 4 this quarter. Bouncing around. Dangerous ball for Blackburn. They can't get a clear possession. Trying to get it going was Markowski. He gets spinned in the tackle and it's been turned over. So Blackburn kick it out with 1v2 and the one of theirs does win the marking contest. So that's nicely played. Hopeful clearing kick finds a teammate and Blackburn have got it through Wood. Wood, long ball, and there is where there's evidence of wind. Oglethorpe leading at half forward, had to see it fly away over the boundary line. Is that poor kick or a bit of conditions?
I think it's a little bit of both.
I actually thought it was a poor kick. I'm not seeing any wind in the air.
Okay.
I'll give it the benefit of the doubt.
I'm trying to. Lever,
The flag is still down.
Still limp. They won the premiership, but that still says that. As Lever's kick goes to half forward and it's a disputed ball now at half forward.
He does like coming here. Daniel Wood took a mark of the century out here last year.
And he won a car?
No, I don't think he did.
No.
No, going after it was Lever, couldn't break the tackle.
Bit of bad luck for the lad.
Was an unbelievable mark.
Oh, yeah.
It got on a lot of media, didn't it?
Miller did really well, stole it out of the contest and banged it on his boot inside forward 50. Oh, is it going to pay that one this time? What's happening here? Being touched? No mark?
I think he's paid it. He's coming back.
Does a lot of waving of arms. The umpire.
Was it Chambers that took it?
That's just for a ball up.
I feel like that was Chambers who was the one that took the mark, and he got absolutely crunched. So another one that hasn't gone the way of the Tigers. As the umpire throws it up now, it'll be Pollux in the ruck contest. Mikowski's down there as well. Going after it, brought to ground in a double team effort from Blackburn, and we'll have a...
I'll tell you what's
ball up.
confusing with umpires. Now they stick their hand out to tell it's mine. But in the old days, that's where you pointed to when you were telling which team has got possession from the whistle.
Ball comes out wide now. Chasing after it was Eppel over the boundary line and out of bounds.
I've got plenty of annoyances. I'll get them all out by the end of the day.
I actually thought they did that was to keep the space clear behind them.
Yeah, well, in the end, it's like, is that an arm pointing out for a free kick, or is that... Yeah, it's a bit confusing.
Kick came in. Miller did it once again. Banged it on his boot inside forward 50. Can they get a mark this time? At ground level, Schreiber was in there. Burners do have the numbers. Just stripped of the football was Oglethorpe. Is he going to be pinged? He will. Incorrect disposal. Free kick going to Balwyn, only about 20 metres out from goal. And it's going to go in the arms of Ned Lamotte. And he'll put this one through. Make no doubt about that. They currently lead by 7 points. Blackburn 6-3-39 to 5-2-32. Disregard what you see on your screen at home. We're just having some scoreboard malfunctions, but this will
Aren't we all?
Put Balwyn within a point. Lamotte on the left. Lamotte makes no mistake. So another goal there to the Tigers brings them back in within a one behind. 17.5 gone on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard second term.
Been a really good fight back this quarter, Brash, and they've looked a lot more dangerous going forward this time.
Yeah, they've managed to get their composure back, here after that initial onslaught by Blackburn. But, when you look at these two sides coming up to half-time, there's still not a lot between them. It's probably going to come down to who plays the better moments for the rest of the afternoon.
Well, momentum's huge in football. Once... in the first quarter, Blackburn were they had a sniff of goals, but now Balwyn have just taken it away from them.
It's like a 5-goal breeze going down the hill.
Well, it's got
without it being one.
Yeah, it's all about mentality, I suppose.
It might be like an invisible breeze.
Boyd, out of the ruck contest, runs and hand passes over the runner. Knipe gets it going forward. His quick ball. Defence got there first. Ground level disputed ball as Hinkley and Hubber combined to be the tacklers in the end, and they hold Balwyn up.
I think most games when we come down there, it's always the White Horse Road end that seems to be where all the goals are being kicked. There's not much up this end of the ground.
Yeah, it's where all the traffic goes. As now the boundary throw in, rucks go at it, ground level, picking up and trying to spin out of his own shadow was Lever. He spun himself into trouble, and it's a free kick against.
He gave that as a throw.
So now trying to size them up is Blackburn going across halfback.
So they've just done an interchange here, Blackburn. So they had plenty of numbers as the kick goes down the line. The target will be Fraser Elliott. He'll go after it again. Chambers was there at ground level, but the Burners did have the numbers. Nice handball there by Worm. He was backwards to go forwards into the middle, but Jaya takes the mark. He's a hard nut. He comes back on the right boot. He kicks it inside forward 50, looking for Wood. A big fly over the back there by Young. Sharkey was there, just got boot to ball. It was very timely. Carmody was in there. Handball out wide. Fans are screaming for it. Harry around the body. Can he curl it enough? He cannot. Through for one behind. He gave it a fair go. The Red Jackets went up, but they came down just as quick, and it goes through for one behind. Bendigo Bank scoreboard as we cross the 20-minute mark of this second term. We're into time on 6-4-40 to 6-2-38. It's a 2-point lead to Blackburn as a huge mark and fly being taken by the skipper, Cade Answorth, on the kicking.
I love how the whole Blackburn team tried to convince the goal umpire that he was deluded and think it was a point. They always think they can convince a goal umpire that he's got the wrong decision in the shot in the barrel. Anyway, chopped off kick at half back. Balwyn might turn defence quickly into a forward tack. Hand pass onto Wolf. He got into trouble as he couldn't take it in his grasp. The man that hand pass was a bit fierce, McCossey, becomes a tackler and he holds up play at half forward. So they pretty much stuffed up a golden opportunity to Balwyn going forward. They had the overlap, but McCossey hand pass didn't release.
He actually didn't need to use the handball. He could have just straightened up.
Again, Markowski goes at it, rushes the kick. 3 forwards versus 3 backs. Dropping the ball was the defence of Blackburn, but they've got the numbers just to hold firm. Bajaya on the end of hand passes. He gets his kick to Harry. Over his head he goes. It was creative, let's say that, as I can hear laughs around the ground of what sort of hand pass was that. Stewart was in and involved, and it's not going anywhere now. Ball up at half forward for Balwyn. Boyd that reads it well, takes the ball out of the ruck contest, puts it on the boot, goes 40, but bounces out of bounds 30 metres around from the goals of Balwyn. And just looking at the score sheet, it's 39 plays 38. Balwyn trailed by a point. When they trailed by 25 at quarter time, you wouldn't be thinking they'd be so close.
I'd love to see the ineffective handball stat half time. I reckon it'd be very, very high.
Well, Paul's got them.
Have we got one of those?
He's
Paul?
gone silent. I don't know why.
No, I wish I did, but I don't.
Boundary throw in. Deep in Balwyn's attack. They only trail by a point. Scored Blackburn 5-1 in this term, 22 minutes gone, and another boundary throw in as the ball came off the ruck contest.
Such as the running game of today, a lot of handballs basically at times become ineffective because of the pace.
Umpire throws it in now. Urban trying to get his way out of trouble. Got it to Miller. Deserves a goal, the big man. Sensational. That's his second, the first double goal scorer of the afternoon. They've all been singles right across the board, and he's having some sort of game, and particularly in this second term, he is doing a mountain of work, Wayne Brusher.
He is, and how was he allowed to be 5 metres? He had no player within 5 metres of him, and he was able to pirouette beautifully, and he kicked the ball nicely off his right boot.
3 or 4 times now he has taken the ball straight out of the ruck contest and got boot to ball. They need to stop that, Blackburn.
They do.
Brings the experience from Port Melbourne, and I think he's probably their biggest recruit over the off-season. They did need to pick up a couple after some of the guys they lost, and he's the one to watch this year, Paul.
Yeah, Balwyn are dominating the clearances in this quarter, 9-5 their way.
So Boyd, not a jumper. Again, he watches Harry jump all over him, so the free kick will go to Blackburn because in the end he walked himself over that line that you're not allowed to do. So he can't be a dinosaur anymore in the middle, but Boyd is trying to combat the jumper and Harry. The hand pass releasing was a smothered kick going forward. So here goes Balwyn through the middle of the ground. It's on the boot of Chambers. Tries to get it offset. Oh, what a beauty! He was being tackled mid-air, but the right arm of Markowski draws it in, and that is athleticism and courage built into one effort.
Yeah, good slips catch there by Markowski.
I was going to say there was a cricket reference definitely coming out. Look at that, just plucked it. One hand. Beautiful.
Well, in football, it's a 360 degree. You don't know where the body contact's coming from and when and how hard. You've just got to go for the ball. But again, a lesser player would have taken his eye off the effort. and throw the arm out just for the touch. And once he knew he had the touch to draw it in, sensational football from Markowski. Deserves a goal. 40 metres out. He'll shake off all that great energy and he'll put it right through the middle. And Markowski, that could be goal of the day, just encapsulated with the mark. So the Tobin brothers' goal of the day. We've got some contenders. Markowski boots Balwyn away. They now skip to a big lead of 11 points, 8-2-50, leading Blackburn 6-3-39, 24 minutes in the second term.
See, one goal, they've only kicked one goal in this quarter at Blackburn, and Balwyn they've just exploded.
Yeah, they certainly have, and maybe there is the conditions a bit more to it with that breeze, Paul.
Yeah, of the 14 goals that's been kicked in this game, 12 have gone to that end of the ground.
Yeah, the White Horse Road end.
And what we've seen is the new rule taken into effect there, with Miller going over the line in the ruck contest. So a free kick to Blackburn at the centre. So Blackburn through Harry go inside forward 50 or thereabouts at the fall of the ball. They do have the numbers. A kick goes up towards the Wood direction. Knocked away by Silvani. Spinning around there was Carmody. Got boot to ball. It's an up and under. It won't travel the required distance. It'll get knocked away. Snap around the body. Really had no chance there, and it was disappointing by Mackenzie Dorian. And it might be out of bounds on the full here. No change to the score.
Did you see how he spun the ball to face the goals, but it almost put him off his kicking style.
I don't think Blackburn can afford to concede another goal on the stroke of half-time. To go in 3 goals down.
Can we get a boundary rider comment on the breeze? Because maybe it's different. We're in the higher reaches of the grandstand here. Josh, you could give us a comment. Is there a goal-kicking advantage going to the White Horse Road end?
I've actually forgotten he's here.
He can't hear it.
He's on a tram, is he?
Really dying for him to use the buzzer as well. Waiting for that little puppy to light up as it comes up now. There's Noah Lever on the bottom of the pack. Pye comes in and crosses himself. 10 points is the margin. What an answer by the Balwyn Football Club, the reigning premiers in this second quarter. It has been absolutely nothing short of sensational and glorious to watch. As a knockdown came, Apostolou goes up towards centre half forward. The pack forms at the back. They might just be okay here with Oglethorpe on the right boot. Blackburn just a little poke out. Safety of the boundary line, probably the best result for them as they're under pressure right across the middle and through that half forward line. Sees it over the boundary line and out of bounds. Be thrown in.
Well, it's been a tale of 2 halves in a half in this game.
Certainly has. Miller, little flick over the back. Markowski looked to be held. The umpire said play on. Good smother there by Urban, who's little handball over the top. They're trying to link up in numbers, running through Apostolou. It just didn't meet him. Charging after it there, McDermott. A free kick going the way of Blackburn, though. And Cade Answorth, he got it back to his teammate. Little poke out wide. Dangerous, though. Hicks over the top. They're hugging the boundary line here. Blackburn up towards the half-forward line. Schreiber over the back. Couldn't quite pull it down at ground level. McDermott toe poke in towards the middle of the ground. It was a safe kick, and Toby Lever now has it for the Tigers.
Smart play. Lever took the mark on his knees in the end as he cradled it in. Long ball in late in this term. Punched off by Miller, but he can't do the groundwork. So just eventually Blackburn will pick it up. And in the end, they didn't. They were just so spooked in this quarter that the defence feels rushed when they have time, and the ball goes off hands and out of bounds.
Dangerous last few minutes.
7 goals to 1 this term. Counters the 5 goals to 1 that Balwyn copped to Blackburn. Here, out of the ruck contest. Can't be a shot at goal. Smothered. Blackburn under heap of pressure. Taking the tackle was Will Oglethorpe, and he's happy to take the comfort of the tackle in that it'll be a ball up. 40 metres from Balwyn's goal. They go towards the White Horse Road end. Boyd again takes it out of the ruck. He pushes his opponent off, hands it off to Chambers. Chambers quicks a quick kick, and is it a mark to Pollux or not? Yes, he is paid.
Has been paid.
He rolled with the Crocodile rolled with the ball in hand, and he's finished up close to the fence, but he took the mark inside the line, and from the most acute angle you can get here at Balwyn, from the left pocket, he will probably come inboard and try to bend it around. He is looking to come straight in and kick it around the corner. He puts it on the boot.
Likes it.
It's a goal.
He likes it. We'll wait on the goal umpire, and he declares, yes, it is confirmed. Pollux gets a goal, and Balwyn are kicking away. Who would have thought of this 30 minutes ago? It is Balwyn 9-2-56, leading by 16. Blackburn 6-4-40.
Yeah, well, an eight-goal quarter, Brash.
Yeah, and that equals the goal-kicking effort of that Blackburn player, Elliott, I think, in that, because that's equally as good a goal as what he kicked there too, under pressure. You know, the thing is, I think both sides have thrown composure out the door. We're playing at a frenetic pace and we're going to run.
Yeah. Our tips are looking all right, Brash.
Oh, that's the main thing.
It's looking magnificent.
Siren sounds. We're right next to it up here in the balcony. If you can hear that come through, we are right next to it. But what a quarter it was. An 8-1 to the reigning premier Balwyn. At half-time, they lead this game 9-2, 56 to 6-4-40, a margin of 16 points. There's only one major goal kicker on the ground, and that's Jimmy Miller, who's doing a mountain of work throughout the ruck and in the forward line. He's kicked 2, singles to Markovski, Pollock, Slimming, Chambers, Lamotte, Apostolou and Jordovic, while for the Blackburn Football Club, Mackenzie Dorian, Answorth, Worm, Wooler, Elliott and Aaron Sharkey have majors. Hope you're enjoying the broadcast today on 98.1 Radio Eastern and streaming live around the globe on YouTube and Facebook. One half done, one to go. Can Blackburn now be the one to answer the challenge? Only time will tell.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner, broke a finger high-fiving the ruckman, or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
We pride ourselves on being the most transparent funeral company. All pricing on goods and services are available on our website. It's all there for you to see and make very informed decisions when planning a loved one's funeral.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Do you want to study at the #1 sports science school worldwide? Study sport at Deakin and benefit from the most advanced sports facilities available, from running tracks to biomechanics labs, and decked out gyms to a climate chamber. Deakin have what you need to graduate ahead of the pack. Discover endless opportunities in sports science by visiting deakin.edu.au/sport. Deakin, proud sponsors of the EFNL.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Half-time out here at Balwyn Park for today's Eastland match of the round. The Premier Division Grand Final Rematch between the Balwyn Tigers and the Blackburn Panthers. And it is Balwyn who hold a 16-point lead at the half-time break. Blackburn 6-4-40, trailing Balwyn 9-2-56. Joshua Deere alongside Jared Beanland, who's joined us after some difficulties getting out here. Public transport, gotta love it. And Matt and Matt Swider-Lee also.
I feel like I
joining
should
us.
have been paid to be sitting on that train for 90 minutes, to be honest, though, rather than having it be free. But here we are.
I'd do the same thing as well, Jared. Don't worry. And Matt Swider-Lee also joining us. Spider, what was your initial assessment of that first half? It was a tale of two quarters with the Whitehorse right end, the left of your radio dial, if you're tuning in on Radio Eastern 98.1 FM, being the predominant scoring end of the ground, as is usually the case out here.
Yeah, it was. I mean, when you look back at what happened in the first quarter, I heard your interview with Brenton Sanderson just at the quarter-time break, and what happened was, and it was all true, I mean, for the first part of the first quarter, Balwyn had control of the game. They got the early looks inside 50, but just couldn't capitalise their opportunities with their execution. And they were trying to hit up the targets. They were being pushed high by the defence of the Blackburn players, so that made them not be able to generate some score. And then off the back of that, Blackburn were able to spread the ground, move the ball with speed, transition the ball from defensive 50. They did it on 3 occasions, which turned into goals. And in the end, they were able to get out to a 25-point lead. But then they were able to turn the tables because they made the game a little bit more messier, a bit more chaotic in the second term with some of their entries, and then they were able to get those consecutive goals and in turn kick 8 goals to 1 and really dominated, and that was off the back of contest and clearance, and that's really got them back into the game. Just really loving the work of Miller at the moment, being a real dominant player. Pollux has been very good. I thought Bowen Smith was exceptional with Urban, and Slimming starting to come into the game as well. And Mark Hosky, he's having a real important say in the revival in that second term of what the Tigers did.
Well, certainly some quality standing up, and state league quality as well, Jared, in this Balwyn lineup, which always comes to the fore for the Tigers with the amount of talent they've got on their list. Not as many, I don't think there's even any ex-AFL names. Obviously, Ben Silvani was on an AFL list, but some of those younger players, as Spider mentioned, Isaiah Markovski standing up alongside Josh Pollux, who's had a new role inside forward 50. He's a great centre-half back, but he's created a presence inside forward 50, and it's going to be crucial as and could potentially be swung down back in this third quarter, just given there is a scoring advantage to the Whitehorse right end.
Yeah, 100%. Developing the forward skills of a player like Josh Pollux is always going to be quite a good lever to pull when you are able to just send him back when things are looking a little bit, going in your opponent's direction. Also, I do want to mention Caden Schreiber. He's always been a standout player whenever I see him play. Fantastic work off that sort of half-back line. And I think the way that, just watching from afar as I was making my way here, I think the way that Balwyn's moving the ball in the second quarter, it's really preventing a player like Winter from getting any sort of a look.
Yeah, he was really good in that first term where he was able to close the speed down, really push them up the ground.
Indeed. And I think there are players out there, Bajaya, I think he hasn't quite had the impact that Blackburn would have liked yet. Dorian hasn't been as cited as much. But I do want to shout out Sharky. He's done a few good things in that first quarter as well. I really liked the way he was very mobile. He was able to sneak forward a little bit. It's going to be a very interesting third quarter for sure, just to see if Blackburn can get it back on their terms. They've got a lot of artillery to be able to do so.
Well, it may only be his second game, but he's on a VFL list, Darren Sharkey, with Richmond alongside Kai Stewart, who's had some moments, as you'd expect with some younger players, flashing in and out of the game. But as you mentioned, Jared, he's shown a lot of promise and is another threat inside forward 50 in a very, almost a similar, but maybe a similar type of forward to Jackson Carmody, who's a live wire inside forward 50, and Mackenzie Dorian as well. They're all going to be crucial in this second half for Blackburn, particularly this third quarter, if they are to get on top of this contest out here at Balwyn Park in the Premier Division Grand Final rematch. But you look at guys like Daniel Wood, Toby Wooler also threatened. Ben Silvani had his moments against him as well, and it's got the match, as alluded to, he's got the match up on him. Benjamin Freeman's got his work cut out with Daniel Wood as well. But overall, it's living up to all expectations, possibly more, Spider, just given there's been a bit more scoring in comparison to the Premier Division Grand Final last year.
Obviously a lot more high scoring than what we had on that low scoring afternoon. I think also what you've got to consider in this game is Balwyn in that quarter, they made Blackburn kick down the line and kick to contest. So that was, whereas in the first term, they didn't do that. So that was really where they really adhered to what they tried to set out to do, made the game a little bit more chaotic. They want contest and clearance. They want this contested game. And I think that's why when Balwyn are at their ultra best.
The one thing with both sides is that when they've entered inside forward 50, they're not afraid to just go that long kick, given there is a bit of a downhill breeze. So will certainly be interesting to see how that pans out in this second half. Jared, what are the keys for you before we go to another break for the Eastland match of the round?
Yeah, I think just sort of having seen the grand final again recently, a bit of a feature was, of course, both teams trying to deny the other team the corridor. I think it's round one. We want to try out sort of like different attacking styles. We want to sort of take the game on a little bit more rather than have such defensive play as you do in such a high stakes final. So we're being treated to a very entertaining, fast-paced game, and it's a good look, I think, for both teams when they press forward into the rest of the season and go up against other teams as well.
Certainly will be. Just quickly, Spider, what are your keys in this second half?
Oh, look, I mean, I'm just really enjoying the ruck clash between Miller and Harriet at the moment. And Miller, when he goes forward, he just looks such a big presence. He's just dominating the game and really doing everything he can. But no, in the third term, we're just going to want to see Balwyn continue to stay at this level. Blackburn have their challenges ahead if they can get back some momentum. Need to kick some early goals. Need to get back control of the game and really challenge going into the last term, because we know that Balwyn will finish the game off strong.
Well, we'll await that in the final half of this Eastland match of the round in the Premier Division Grand Final Rematch between the Balwyn Tigers and the Blackburn Panthers. It is Balwyn just repeating the score. They're leading 9-2, 58 to 6-4, 40. We'll catch you on the other side of this break.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in, because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair.
Yeah, that's great.
Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
There's no mystery about our pricing. It is clearly displayed on our website and our app. We have staff standing by 24 hours a day, every day of the year, to assist you in your absolute time of need.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
There are only 3 things that should be flushed down your toilet: pee, poo and paper. Some wet wipes and antibacterial wipes say that you can flush them, but you can't. They clog up the toilet and pipes, causing expensive blockages. Save yourself a truckload of trouble. Put your wet wipes in the bin. To learn more, head to the Yarra Valley Water website, yvw.com.au/wet-wipes.
Hi, Dylan Dow from the Baroni Football Netball Club here. When I need to grab a quick coffee or a bite to eat, I'm popping into Eastland. Eastland's more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been a major partner of the EFNL since 2018. Cheers, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
The place to be on this Good Friday is Balwyn Park out in Balwyn. And today it is Good Friday football in Premier Division in the Eastern Football Netball League. And it is Balwyn taking on Blackburn. And an 8-goal second term saw Balwyn lead at halftime by 16 points, 9-2, 56 to 6-4, 40. What a second term it was from the Burners and Wayne Brasher.
Hang on. Say that again. What a second term for Balwyn.
Balwyn, was it?
Yep.
Oh, apologies. Yeah, just say the word next time. Just say you mean Balwyn.
Okay. But I can't make it that easy on you.
No, you can't. Brash, how did Blackburn answer this challenge? Because it had to be at quarter time. It was Balwyn that had to come out and do something different. Now they've had to reset Blackburn, and now they have to be the ones that are chasing.
Well, they do, and I think that the issue is with Blackburn is they've got to go back BWS and play their game that they played in the first quarter, which Balwyn disallowed them in the in that second quarter. I think it was basically a reversal of roles, and as I said throughout the quarter, both sides are committed to playing this fast running game, right? And obviously mistakes are going to happen, and handballs are going to go all over the place because you're trying to break up lines of offence and defence for an advantage, and if the ball doesn't fall your way and you don't have the right players in the position at the right time, the ball's not going to come your way. And I think Balwyn went back to a more direct style of football in that second quarter. And I thought, interestingly enough, in the first quarter, Bowen Smith and Alex Urban basically dominated the midfield. Yet I go back over the call in the second quarter, and hardly either of you actually mentioned them in the call, but they managed to. The rest of the teams, managed to step up to the plate, and they've kicked 8 goals.
I think also from their defensive half, once they did force the turnover, their transition was so much better in that second term, which probably wasn't evident as much in the first. So they were able to create the turnovers off the half-back line and start to make their move forward. Mill is obviously a big one.
Yeah.
He's starting in the forward line now again in the third quarter. I think he holds the key in this second half.
Yep. More stats?
Yeah, I got some stats here. The clearances are 17 to 13 Balwyn. Inside 50 mark, 6 to 5 in favour of Blackburn. Intercept mark, 6 to 5 in favour of Balwyn. Tackles 22 to 21 in favour of Blackburn. 27 to 23 inside 50s in favour of Balwyn, and 8 to 6 free kicks in favour of Blackburn. And I've got a score update. South Belgrave lead Rowville 2-4-16 to 1-3-9.
Ooh. Is that the half time?
No.
Midway
through first quarter.
Here's the third term, and here's Gab Tacey. It is Balwyn by 16.
Boyd again won't win the ruck contest, but he's always good at ground level. He was an influential player, Boyd, in that second term. They win a free kick to Balwyn. Quickly go into the forward line. Setting himself for the mark was Winter. He got taken over the shoulder. Didn't complete the mark, but will get the free kick. So Winter looks to go through to one side to the other. The numbers of Balwyn getting in the way of the intended, but it bounces fortuitously the way of Sharkey. Oh, sorry, this time it's Oglethorpe. Oglethorpe's kick was a bit hurried looking, and Balwyn gets some numbers back. Quick kick out. Trying to find Pollux, ground level, push off in the ruck marking contest, and it's going to be Horsnail who takes the free kick at half forward. Packed forward line. Can he find an option? Spears it in, and he does.
What a beautiful kick that was to Wood.
Wood was on, he led up, but there were so many players around where the ball was going to drop that he took a mark overhead, and he ducked his head just to think if there's contact coming. But he judged it so beautifully. He was in his own space, was Wood, to take the mark 40 metres out from goals. Much needed, because they'll be driving home a few goals here. They need to lead at three-quarter time, Blackburn, based on the first half scoring. Wood, from straight in front, pulls the kick, and it's miss. So it's a minor score. Blackburn 6-5-41, trailing by 15 early in this third term. Balwyn 9-2-56.
I can't help but feel, gentlemen, that I know this is round one, but I don't expect these sides to be able to continue to play at this frenetic pace for the whole 120 minutes.
It's the easier way to, in a small ground, it's the only way to score.
I get that, but I just don't know whether they've got the aerobic capacity to cope with that early on in the season.
Lachlan Young unloaded, but it really did look like it held up in the breeze there as Curran bangs the ball back inside forward 50. Tackle over the top there by Oglethorpe. And the ball will be handed back to the umpire, about 40 metres out from the Blackburn goal line, trailing by 15 points. A couple of minutes into this third term. Little handball over the top. Here's Answorth. Can he get enough curl, Answorth? He can't. It came back, but not far enough. A couple of behinds to open the ledger here in quarter three. Balwyn still holding sway, though. They lead by 14 points on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
They just can't afford to let Balwyn get the first goal in this quarter, especially for momentum's sake.
The kick out to Young penetrates that wind disadvantage, goes towards his teammate in Lever. He can't take the mark, but Lever will be happily handed back to the umpire. 50 metres away from their defensive goals. Blackburn win the tap through Harry. Ground level. It's in the hands of Oglethorpe, but he can't take possession away in the tackle, and it'll be another ball up. Similar position, half forward for Blackburn. Did Harry get pushed up from the rock contest? Great work by his opposing number in Boyd. Ball goes out to Bajaya. His kick is intercepted. So the clearing kick out of defence will finish up in the arms of Blackburn, though. And it's in the hands of Curran. Curran's got a short across half-back. He's got Hinkley. Hinkley looking at options. A lot of numbers. All players behind the ball. The fly from the defence was nowhere near the fly to the ball. He didn't get clearance by air control there.
He's hurt himself here.
Blackburn will play on anyway. They're screaming for the pass, and it's intercepted like he hit him up. Was Bowen Smith in defence. Takes a nice intercept mark.
So Smith spotted up a teammate, and they'll come back inboard looking for the Miller direction. Out-muscled that time there by Winter. Had a super first term, did Winter. So he kicks it out wide. Kai Stewart now on the right boot, goes inside forward 50. Nice fist there by Silvani over the boundary line and out of bounds. Saw his old man down in the stands today. A rare occurrence. He gets to come out and watch his son play football, so that's great to see.
Looks like he's just winded before.
Yeah, it must have been. Yeah, certainly didn't break his leg, and like Ray might have saw. It'll never, ever get old, that's for sure. On hands and knees, nicely done there by Wooler. Got the handball out. He was looking for Worm. Trickled towards the forward pocket there. Getting down was Wood. Stays alive across the face, out of bounds. It goes for a boundary throw-in, left forward pocket.
I think he's regretting kicking it off the ground when he could have bent down and run into an open goal.
Probably had a lot more time than he really considered.
So the umpire to bring the ball back into play. Harry will go up against Boyd. Boyd had the front spot, knocked it down. Nicely trapped there by McCarthy. Got it back to Boyd. Little quick kick out. It was dangerous. Bajaya, I should say, kicks it goalwood and out of bounds on the full. So
the
a
one
couple
thing
of chances gone missing there. Sorry, Brash.
The one thing that Balwyn have been able to do is they've been able to drop more numbers in the forward 50 of Blackburn, and that's creating a lot of congestion, and Blackburn just can't get any clear ball here.
There's definitely the wind seems to be much more visible in terms of the kicks.
It is now.
It's been held up at the 50 now for Blackburn. Will they be able to rove? It's a disputed ball at ground level. Kick off the ground. That's dangerous, but not against Will Oglethorpe. Ground level, running around, trying to get the kick at goal. It's gone all the way.
Hey.
What a snap. And it's another contender for goal of the day, and the Burners needed that. They've tried from straight in front and everything, but this time it was the kick around the corner by Dorian under pressure.
I think it was.
Mackenzie Dorian picked up the ball in the pocket, ran back away from goals. Here we see it on the replay. Steps the right, comes off the left just to get around the tackler, kicks it around the corner, and the wind helps it prevail.
Yeah, he loves kicking those types of goals, and he has been lively at times, and now finally getting some reward on the scoreboard with his second, so wonder what keep an eye on.
Margin reduced back to 8 points on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. 56 plays 48 as Blackburn go forward once again. And mark has been taken, and easy as you like. Daniel Wood, you little beauty. So Wood kicks his first goal of the afternoon. He's been thereabouts and wanting one, and now all of a sudden we're back to a 2-point ball game. This is as juicy as it gets, Brash.
Well, it is, and once again, it's the scoring in the Wild Horse Road. Wild Horse Road. You know, it's quite ironic. The Balwyn Cinema is just at the bottom down there. Well, that's where you want to kick to. That's where all the highlights are going to be shown, isn't it?
Tell you a little story about the Balwyn Cinema. There's a lady who makes the connoisseur choc tops there, a local lady.
Yeah.
They are to die for. You don't have to go to a movie. Just do yourself a favour. Go and get one over there.
Brash is on his way now.
I didn't know that was still a thing.
I think I'll do that on the way home.
Ice cream's to die for. The Tobin brothers' goal of the day. It's really, there's some synergy in all this.
If it's legal, it's possible.
As it's in all this mess of a commentary, the ball has taken a minute to get back to the middle.
It's perfect timing to do a little segue.
For a moment there, I thought it was on Jared's tram.
Well, put it this way, well, at least we've created some classic pieces of commentary that we can put together at the end of the year.
That's it, and Boyd again waits for the ball to come down from its apex of height, and he takes it out of the middle, but he can't get a centre clearance generated. So it'll be another ball up. Boyd, this time, can wrestle his way into the contest, but Harry stands up strong, knocks it forward, back of the pack. Balwyn with some numbers. Young hand passes it out wide, a sweeping hand pass. Hand pass received by Knight. He falls over but gets a hand pass in. And now the spearing ball. It defeats everyone for the marking contest, but ground level. The Tigers are dangerous. In and out of tackles goes Markowski. Gets it over to Chambers. Kicks around the corner, misses from the left pocket. And it's a minor score. Balwyn looking dangerous close to goal, but it's only a minor score. Extend their lead to 3. 9-3-57. Blackburn 8-6-54.
Hinkley brings the ball back in. Oglethorpe takes it, still in the defensive arc.
He's had a good game, young Will Oglethorpe.
Yeah, I love the Dazza hairstyle as well. Fantastic. Kick out, went straight down the throat of Bowen Smith. Expect a big second half from the Balwyn skipper. Short passes on, finds Lever, the Noah variety. Short passes on again. Umpire said didn't travel the required distance. A thumping kick goes inside forward 50. Miller will go over the head. Chambers was at the back of the pack. I was hoping for it to spill forward. It's still alive though, Blackburn. Free kick going the way of Blackburn in Connor Hinkley, who was felled upon when he was on the deck.
Kicking in danger against Chambers.
Wasted no time as he kicked it out towards the half back line. Ball stays in. Epper was there.
Oh, that's a free against. Got to be unnecessary by Ainsworth.
Yeah, we don't want to reverse it. And
he has.
That's exactly what's happened. So free kick to Blackburn across the half back line.
Well, just if you didn't see it on the screen in front of you, Ainsworth pushed someone into the fence. Don't know what his beef with was, but then the reversal for aggression against him. So very lucky as Blackburn go from defence to forward line. Disputed mark with a pack of 10 each. As Balwyn now go forward through Urban. Hand pass off to the runner in Lever. Lever runs into trouble. And Ainsworth again, aggression. He's up for the fight. And the slinging tackle, it's holding the ball. So Ainsworth channeling his aggression. Dangerous kick potentially, but it falls nicely into the hands of Horsnell. Who long ball into the Blackburn forward line. No mark taken. Defence holding up. Is that a mark? Claimed by Freeman.
Oh.
And he pushes off after he got awarded the free kick, so the umpire saw nothing wrong with it. And here go Balwyn. Long, high ball is not the suggestion because the wind will take it. And the umpire sees a free kick in the marking contest to Hinkley. So the ball doesn't get back to him on the full, but
that
you
should have
can't...
been 50 then.
7 free kicks to 0 in favour of Blackburn this quarter.
Interesting stat that, as Hinkley retrieves the ball for himself, now looks at his options. Every player that's playing is in front of him. And he kicks the ball long. High flyer! Nearly a mark for Blackburn. Ground level though. Dangerous ball as Carmody spoons a hand pass out. Doesn't find a teammate. And Balwyn just rush out with a kick. But it'll hop. Height of the ball will hold in the wind. Balwyn just through some tenacity. Oh! And there we are. It's like wrestling off the turnbuckle and everything's flying. As Carmody hits the ground.
Next, the chairs will come out.
Yeah, even if he had got the ball, he had no one to kick it to because there was no one in their forward 50.
Chambers being subbed out after being knocked over, so ground level. It is Balwyn trying to hold up, but it goes over the top, and the kick doesn't find Lamotte, and it'll be a ball in, half forward for Balwyn.
Currently leading this game by 3 points. Gone 11 and a half minutes in this third term, 98.1 Radio Eastern and around the globe on YouTube and Facebook. A little nudge out there by Boyd. Couldn't get boot to ball. Bowen Smith came in. Nicely picked up by Apple. Scrambled a kick 25 metres further afield. Bajaya went over the football, but then later strong tackle will have a ball up just outside the centre square.
Got to be careful with those tackles front on when someone's bent down.
Big fist by Harry that time, but to no avail. But the Burners have the numbers at ground level. Nice little handball there by Oglethorpe. They go inside forward 50. McCarmody couldn't get there in time. And we'll have a boundary throw in 40 metres out from the Blackburn goals, right in front of the dugout, the brethren, the faithful, all enjoying a good Friday beverage.
Pop quiz, Brash, you can answer first. What lead do you think Blackburn need to win today?
18.
At three-quarter time.
18 points.
Wooler took the shallow throw in and got brought straight to ground, so we'll have a repeat.
Are the conditions really that strong out there?
They must be. They have to be.
I don't know. Do we have boundary riders today? As it comes in now, little handball. It scoops upon there by Oglethorpe. He should have put that one through and make them pay. Through for one behind. They inch closer. It's only a 2-point margin now in the third term.
Let's go down the boundary.
I was going to say, we do have boundary riders, and that breeze has really picked up in this second half. It comes in and out, but when it picks up, it's probably 4 or 5 goals in favour of Blackburn.
It seems to pick up when Balwyn try to clear the defence, and every time they kick it, the ball just stays in position. Like here in the half-back line, props up to Boyd to take it because he was in front position. So that was nicely played. His kick is a proppy one. Finds Bowen Smith, who didn't know someone was coming over the top. So he's strong enough to take the body contact, but he takes the 25 with a bit of pleasure. And he's pushing out Oglethorpe. Get out of my way, he says, as he becomes the police cop on field. Now the quick kick was too short. Smith has to go again. That's how close the kick was. Now the bodies are flying in. Bajaya goes the tackle, trying to get in out of trouble as Lever, and he's over the shoulder because he put his body in the line of duty and he had his head chopped off close to the line.
But this is exactly how I'd seen the game play out here.
But Brash, 2 big acts from Bowen Smith. 1, to go back with the flighter ball to take the mark, knowing someone was coming at him. And 2, winning that football where he had to charge and just make the contest and get there first.
Yep.
He was nearly off towards goals before the ball got to him, so he had to go back towards where all the players were. And smart enough in a way to take the high contact from 30 out. This will be a goal against the trend as he's missed it. He's pulled it from the left and the wind is playing tricks and this is a spooked end, I think.
Yeah, no, I've definitely been noticing this quarter. That flag has been going up and down and just the inside 50s. This quarter, it's a 9-5 in favour of Blackburn.
Hubbard down the guts, but Jay got the handball over the top. Hicks goes inside forward 50. It was coast to coast on line there as it comes out towards the defensive arc and rushed over for a boundary throw in.
I reckon Hicks should have given that handball. He had another player to his right. He should have given it to him because he would have streamed straight into goal then.
It's a fast transition of football as the umpire throws it in now. Miller had the front spot. He palmed it down, but he really had no one there to pick it up as a quick kick by Worm. It was an up and under. Umpire's not going to pay that one. It was taken but brought to ground. We'll have another ball up.
I actually think both captains are trying to stand up and lead their sides in this quarter.
Elliott that time got the knockdown against Miller, but linking up nicely. Here's Markowski, got the right boot kick out. They're still in their defensive zone, but they're just going to slow things down now, the Tigers, and weigh up the options. Short one on in Apostolou. That's ignored. So Slimming on the left boot goes up, a big fly, and great mark taken by Noah Lever. Has that been paid, has it? No free kick. He's given away a free kick.
Non-officiating umpire saw a free kick.
Okay, so Jarrah Salmon for Blackburn now. Waste no time. Kicks it every bit of 50 metres inside. A big fly over the back, but a strong mark taken by Josh Pollux, who's down back. He's kicked a goal this afternoon as well. So
I think he's playing in his right position too.
On the right boot, he poked it out wide. It was a nice kick too. It had to be perfect, and that's exactly what it was. Toby Lever just marks it inside the line. Out near the cricket nets, if you know Balwyn Park well, on the right boot. Up towards the wing position now, just curled it around, but it is holding up in that breeze. Connor Hinckley takes the mark. Switches it in towards the middle. Here's Hicks again. Just on the edge of the centre square. Feel like the game slowed down a little bit in the last few minutes. as Hicks, once again, he kicked it out wide. He did just poke it. It went over the head, but marked by Wooler. On the right boot now. Short pass was on and had to be bang on, and that's exactly what it was as well. Jackson Carmody had to stand strong. He had good jukes to hold the mark, and he'll go back and have a ping from about 50, 51 metres.
He's going to have to kick this Carmody because the way this game is panning out in the second half, the goals are going to be a lot more harder to get, and they're going to be worth more, especially in this quarter. They need to, like I said, they need to be 3 goals in front here, Blackburn at 3/4 time.
Carmody comes in. They currently trail by 3 points. Blackburn on the right boot, set sail for goal. That is a beautiful kick from 50 metres out. Carmody kicks his first. They've got 8 goal kickers on the board now, the Blackburn Football Club, and they've regained the lead after trailing by 16 points at half-time. 9-7-61 to Balwyn, 9-4-58.
And I think that's probably what makes him so dangerous. And obviously Wooler's the figurehead, and he'll kick a bag when he needs to, but they've got so many players who contribute to the scoreboard.
We don't have many flags around the grounds, but if there's any doubt that there's a wind advantage, that ball sailed over the fence with ease.
Yeah.
So that it's now a Blackburn lead. The 3 points they have is not enough. They've got about a dozen minutes in this quarter to establish a bigger lead that might be defendable. Rucks go at it. Harry runs the contest, but Urban... Sorry, I'm laughing because Smith's hand passed to his teammate. He just dropped it. He was about to kick it and change his mind, and Lockie Young just let it go, and that was, to me, very humorous. I do like players that are better than me to make mistakes, and that's normally golf, but to see it in football was funny to see. But he got a free kick out of that, so I haven't even worked out what the joke is. But Lockie Young's happy. Long kick now, inside forward, holds up into the breeze. Bajay at ground level, hand passes towards goal. It might suit Balwyn. Chambers gets it, drops the kick up. 2 flyers. In the end, the defence was brave, and they now punch it to the ground. So Blackburn hold up. Bajaya, he turns away his mistake and just boots it as far as he can. He goes from defence into the forward line, but it's going close to the members' pavilion at Balwyn, and he, if he was in the AFL, would be penalised. But no. It was Liam McDermott taking the advantage of walking over the line and out of bounds.
I tell you what, he gives 100% every time he goes out to play Bajay.
Oh, yeah. Yep. He's a hard nut.
He really is.
So the Rucks go at it, ground level ball. The quick kick was a funny one. Holds up. First there was Salmon. Ground level, Blackburn get it. The flying ball will find Carmody. And Carmody takes a chest mark 40 metres out. He was in the right position for the quick kick forward, and I think the defence weren't ready for it.
Easier shot than his last one.
Yep, so he knows how to do it.
And the thing
Practice will make perfect.
Carmody's the sort of player, he's an opposition coach's nightmare because he's that one player, he's one forward too many, right, that can really hurt you on the scoreboard.
So he's within 50. He just has to put it to the cinema, apparently. And he'll get a chalk top. It's now long ball. Again, no mistake. That is beautiful. That is a poetry in motion action, and the ball sailed through for the goals to the White Horse Road end. And Blackburn getting that lead they need. They stretch it to 9 points. 10-7-67 to Balwyn, 9-4-58. 20 minutes gone, third term.
Yeah, really liked his performance so far, particularly in this third quarter. And they're starting to get those forward 50 entries and starting to, obviously, as you said, probably want to be 4 goals up at 3/4 time if this breeze is going to hold up.
Yeah, I reckon 4's needed.
I just think that for some reason no one can score at this end of the ground.
And of course it's the end that we're at as Harry goes up after it. Blackburn trying to inch their way forward again, ducking into the tackle. Will Oglethorpe brought to ground.
Oh, the ball.
Yeah, no, I would have paid that because he really didn't want to.
No, he was happy to be hugged, wasn't he? He needed a hug.
I need a hug.
Are you okay, Gav?
Goes inside forward, 50 standing strong there and couldn't take the mark. There was Curran. They've got the numbers at the 4. Little poke over the top, but running back nicely there. Connor Hinkley takes it on the chest. Interesting option of the handball then, but it found Salmon, who kicked it out of the defensive zone, but wasn't too crash hot. Another chance here for Balwyn. Urban screaming for it short, but so is the skipper, Bowen Smith, so probably fair. You take the skipper option there as a kick goes in. Miller over the back. Which way is this one going to fall? Right, very happy to see it over Billy Hicks. for a rushed behind.
Well, it never hurts to kick the ball, handball it to the skipper. Does it, BWS?
It certainly does. A 9.660 to 9.559 to 10.767. The man with the pair, he's quick with the fingers this term as it goes inside forward 50 now. Here's that man again. It's Carmody. He got tackled by Schreiber. Was he tripped? Brash saw it, but he's been pinged holding the ball.
How could he not see the trip first?
I reckon he fell down.
Oh, rubbish. He was tripped.
So says Brash.
Oh, dear.
So Schreiber out towards the wing position. Big fist over the back there by Winter over the boundary line.
I'm going to YouTube now and watching the replay.
The umpire to bring this ball in. Can't see him on screen, but God, has he got a good set of hair, this boundary umpire. He could sell half of it and still look good. As the ball bounces over and out she goes again. There we go. We'll get a look at it this time.
No need to go to Turkey.
Fantastic. You know, when you don't have any, you appreciate stuff like that. You know?
What's right, Paul?
Sorry, just a quick score update. Rowville are leading over South Belgrave 3-5-23 to 2-7-19. 8 minutes gone in the second quarter.
Yeah, there's a lot to play, a lot more to play in that game for sure. And it's now in the hands of Blackburn. They're within scoring distance with this free kick because 52 metres is really gettable.
The fish.
Salmon, he'll be going upstream. Well, he won't be actually.
He's going downstream.
Because he's kicking with the wind. As Salmon from 52 metres out. Deliberate kick. Angled beautifully. Goal umpire straightens up because he knows it's action time for goal. Two-finger salute, and Salmon is, what a kick from plus 50, and now they have a 14-point lead to Blackburn. It still needs a couple more for the quarter, but late in this third term, 11-7-73, Blackburn leading Balwyn 9-5-59.
Yeah, knew he was in range. The wind helped. They're not the biggest forward 50 arcs here at Balwyn in the first place. So, a great conversion, and the fact that they've kicked their last 3 set shots is a big positive for them.
We are set for some sort of a finish in this game. You can just smell it. Ball back in the middle, 14-point margin, way of Blackburn. It's going to be a free kick.
Yeah, Harry caught one high.
Free kick to Harry, quick handball off. Here's Answorth on the right boot. Dumps it inside ball, 50 out in front. Well, that's just what you've got to do. And a centre clearance once again for Blackburn, utilising the time left on the clock.
I reckon they'll need 5 goals in front.
8 clearances to 5 in favour of Blackburn this quarter.
All over at Paul Yaconi as Fraser Elliott, who's already kicked 1 in this game.
Well, I was being a bit conservative, gave it 18 points. I thought that was the bare minimum. I said at least.
Yeah, at least.
Elliott comes in, drop punt, go for a goal. He's kicked it. Blackburn, what a term they are having here on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. That's his second. And the margin is out to a very handy 20 points, gentlemen.
Yeah, that's what you want, Brash.
And
well, you do. Go on, Paul.
Sorry, Brash. I just want to add the quarter. I know they've got the bruise, but the inside 50s this quarter are 16-7 the way of Blackburn, and they've leaded the forward 50 marks 5-0 in their favour. Go on, Brash.
Yeah, look, I just have a look, and like I said, it's a game of fluctuating fortunes, and once again, Blackburn have found a second wind here.
Well, it's still the same wind, I reckon, but it's just a bit stronger. As now, we got to remember, Balwyn won the second term by 41 points.
Yeah, 8-goal quarter.
So 20 points might not be enough, but here they go again, Blackburn. Harry takes the hand pass receive. The big boy gets it forward. Ground level, Mackenzie Dorian is trying to harass to the ball, but Balwyn desperate to hold up. They just don't want it in the hands of Blackburn because they know a score might be put on the board.
You can almost feel like the Balwyn are going to do exactly the same thing. Go straight down the middle.
They're trying to smother the ball with numbers. Clearing kick will bounce its way towards Curran. Bounces off the players that merge on the ball. Now the tackle was too fierce, and it's a Balwyn player picking himself up with a free kick. And he might just milk some time because that's all they got to do defensively. They know they're going to, if it's in Blackburn's hands within 50 and they have an open look at goal, it's going to be a shot. So Balwyn's probably best defence is to hold on to it.
Correct.
as long as he can. The kick goes towards the boundary line. Flyers go at it. Ground level. Blackburn have got heaps of numbers. Kick goes forward by Hicks. Now they come at it. Waller!
Beautiful mark.
He led up to it like he knew he was the only person to get near it, and he took the mark, hands in front of his eyes. So from 45 metres, I reckon there's a slight right to left. So if you put it towards the right post, just let it angle in with the kick, because the distance is not a worry for any of these Blackburn players. 20-point lead, late in the third term. I think they need this to be a goal. Waller. Long ball, driving it towards goals. It's bending towards line. Whistle. What's the whistle say? It's going to be given a point for a rushed tackle, or is it going to be a free kick? It's going to be a defensive free kick. Schreiber.
Unrealistic attempt, I think, is their call.
Okay, so Schreiber gets the free kick. It's still a 20-point margin late in third term.
Schreiber just darts away, then kicks it out of that defensive zone. It was a scrambly kick, and Daniel Wood's taken it. He's taken it on the 50. Now, he'll kick from probably 55 or so metres, but every bit of the distance this man's got, and he's going to back himself in as well. And he'll have to, because the siren has sounded out here to announce three-quarter time. It's a 20-point margin at the moment to the Blackburn Football Club. What a third term they have had. And Daniel Wood, who's already kicked one goal this afternoon, a chance to give his side every chance going into this final term. We know they've been kicking with the breeze, and Balwyn will have that in the final term. But now, Daniel Wood from 55 metres out. It's a sloppy floating kick. He just didn't kick through it, really. It was an interesting setup, and no score. So 20 points is the margin that will remain at three-quarter time out here at Balwyn Park. And on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard, they lead it 12-7. 79 to 9-5-59. Major goal kickers on the ground. We finally got some duplications here with Fraser Elliott with 2 for Blackburn, as is Jackson Carmody and Mackenzie Dorian. The rest are singles, whilst Jimmy Miller still has 2 goals for the Tigers. Will they be able to come home with the Thunder, the home side? They did it in the second term. It's been the scoring in the Whitehorse end of the ground. 3 quarters down, 1 to go. No doubt, once again, we're in for an epic finish.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner, broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman, or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The first time I met the team at Tobin Brothers Funerals, I felt like I'd known them for years. They're so caring, honest and passionate. James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals, sums it up best when he says,
Every day our people get out of bed to assist client families in their absolute time of need. Our people love what they do, and you will not find a more highly trained group of people than those at Tobin Brothers.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Hi, I'm Ben Desson from Montrose Football Netball Club, and when I need a new kit for a night out, I head over to Eastland. But Eastland is more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been major partners of the Eastern Football Netball League since 2018. Thanks, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back out to Balwyn Park, the home of the Balwyn Tigers. Premiers in season 2025. Today it is the grand final rematch between Balwyn and Blackburn, and it's a 20-point lead to Blackburn at three-quarter time after trailing by 16 points at half-time. So a 6-goal turnaround this has been. It has been the scoring end. They're going down the hill, Balwyn, in this final term to the White Horse Road end. Gentlemen, I'm saying it, we are set for an epic finish here.
Yeah, I think we are. I think we're due for a close finish. And look, it's been pretty incredible the fact we've had about 18 out of 21 goals kicked down that end of the ground. And we said probably 4 goals was probably the target at least to get a bit of a lead going into this last quarter for Blackburn. They've got to defend really well here. If they can get one against the flow of play, it's going to help a lot.
Oh, yeah.
Because Balwyn couldn't kick one in that third quarter, Brash.
No, and I think, actually, believe it or not, time is the enemy of Blackburn here, because 4 goals can be wiped off very quickly, anywhere between 5 to 8 minutes. And the thing is, Blackburn don't want to be defending for at least 20 minutes of the quarter. They'll have to be on the front foot.
And once, sorry, Brash, because once sides have been kicking goals, those centre clearances have been so important. Because the quick inside 50s, they're getting marks in there and they're scoring from it too. So if they can control the game, they get their numbers back as well and defend, it's going to be really important.
Well, in this end, Balwyn 1-2 in the first quarter. Yep. Blackburn 1-1 in their second quarter. Then Balwyn messed up 0-3. You're not getting more than 3 shots at goal. No. So Blackburn would almost want to convert all 3 attempts at goal. Because
you're right.
4 goals feels not like enough. Because they're going to get at least 6 goals, Balwyn, in this quarter.
That's what I'm saying. And the thing is with Blackburn, they can't afford to let Balwyn. The longer they can string that 4-goal lead out, the better it is for them. But they're not going to be able to hold on to it for the whole match. They're going to, like you said, they're going to have to score at the other end at least 2 goals.
Yeah.
Otherwise, the game will slip away from them very quickly.
Yeah, it's certainly right. And we're going to hear from Anthony Fagan with Jared Beanley in just a moment. Long huddle, been holding them in there for a little bit here as Balwyn are out to their positions. Got Josh Ward on the boundary, though, who was at the Balwyn huddle.
Yeah, they're up and about at the Balwyn huddle. There was a recurring theme. They've been in this position before. It was similar to last year's Premier Division Grand Final. Sanderson wants them to just go in harder and lower, look to give that first give out of the contest, or either that or kick it, look to get some overlap run going. And they only have 3 on the bench. I believe it's Seb Wolf who might be out for the remainder of this contest. So just looking to outwork them and outrun them in this final quarter.
And we've got Jared Beanlin who with Anthony Fagan now.
Thanks very much, Ryan. Anthony, your main message at this quarter was just to try and stretch the ground as much as possible, create space out the back for your forwards to run onto it.
Yeah, well, clearly there's been a majority of goals have been kicked down this end of the ground. There's been 2 goals kicked to the top end of the ground. So we still not going to win contests. I thought we were much better at the LDL contest, get numbers in the screen. But, it's going to be really important. Yeah, clearly, Paul's probably lived in the front half of the ground in this game. So we need to make sure for us to win the game, we're going to have to score. We're not going to be able to defend for 30 minutes here. No. So we're going to continue to go after the game, and it's going to be a really important midfield battle.
Thanks, mate. Good luck.
Great stuff there. Jared Beanlin, boundary side with Anthony Fagan, the coach of the Blackburn Football Club. They have a massive challenge coming up here, but I tell you what, they've played some damn good football today, and they might just be able to get the job done, because what we saw in that third term was the pressure was there, the want was there, and they look to have the legs as well. It'll be interesting to see who can run this game out. It's only the first game of the season, so we do expect sides to probably tire a little bit towards the end of it without that match day fitness. However, they have been training non-stop right throughout the summer. The umpire holds the ball aloft. Final quarter underway. Here's Gab Casey.
Harry jumping over Boyd, but Boyd does read it well. Knocks it down towards Lever. Lever tries to spoon it back to Smith. but it's Blackburn. Turnover ball. Quick kick forward by Harry. They're the first inside 50 for the quarter. Ground level picked off by Blackburn, but the defence are there for Balwyn, and it's in the name of McDermott, who wrapped up in a tackle, holds up for the Tigers. Ball up, 40 metres from Blackburn's goal. Boyd, uncontested, knocks it to the ground where Urban was pretty much parked with Bajaya all over him. And it'll be another ball up on the arc. Half forward for Blackburn. Boyd wrestles his way to be the only rucker. Then he's hand pass towards Urban. Long kick from half back with the wind. It gets a few more metres, but Blackburn determined to hold up in this term. Tackle flies in. And that's just going to be an example of what they'll need to do through Curran, is when you get a chance to lay a tackle, make it stick. Ball up, half forward. Boyd again. Strength in the contest. He wins a tap, but the ground level ball is hard to get away from the congestion, and Smith knew that as soon as he grabbed it. He's been tackled to the ground. Again, Rucks go at it. Harry, front position, gets a second go at it, puts it on the boot, bouncing towards Schreiber. Schreiber takes the tackle from behind, and it was a push in the back. Schreiber arched the back, knowing contact was coming. Smart play, picks himself up with a free kick. Looks, he might as well go long and straight down towards goals. He does put it in, lets the wind carry it another 5. Big pack forms, ground level. Balwyn smart enough to try to read it off the pack, but again, it's a clearing kick that only goes 15 when they hope for 50, but a mark's been taken by Wood, and he'll hold up. Looks wider. Well, that's a brilliant kick, penetrating the wind, and Wooler planted himself on the boundary line and probably hoped that the spoil might take it out as they try to hold up. In 30 minutes of football, they've got to do a lot of stoppage play to try to hold on to this lead.
Pye throws the ball back in now. Nicely done over the back there by Boyd, but he couldn't get around it, and it came down into Benny Worm's hands, and he was quickly wrapped up. So, number of stoppages early in these first few minutes of this final term. A quick kick out there by Knipe, and over the boundary line and out of bounds, and nearly a possession there to the Catfish. As we'll have the ball thrown back in. Here we go. Pye to bring the ball back in now. About 60 metres out from the Balwyn goal line. Quick kick in by Noah Lever. It was a scrambly one. Ball knocked away. Getting in and under there was Pollux. Couldn't get away from the Bajaya and Harry tackle, and we'll have another ball up.
The tackle counts up, Brash and Ryan.
It is early.
Miller and Harry. Harry took it out that time, but Jay was there. Quick handball out over the top here. Here's Macadorian. Linked up well. Now the Burners along the wing position, but nicely smothered there by Schreiber, who received the quick handball back, but it went out of bounds.
Just on that tackle count, already the tackle count's 4-3 in favour of Blackburn.
Great stuff, Paul Yaconi, Stat Centre. Pye throws it in. Front spot that time was Boyd. Came out, quick kick by Blackburn up towards the wing position. Charging the pack there was Wooler, who's given away a free kick. Urban might get the advantage here because that is exactly what it was. The umpire said you were a little bit indecisive, Mr. Urban. Bring the ball back.
Well, I think Wooler's almost probably fair to say that he knew he got pushed into the guy that's in front of him. So he was thinking he might have got the free kick if the umpire saw what he felt. And Schreiber just happened to be there.
So Schreiber getting up a little gingerly, but he's okay. He's had a good game. Been very good. On the left boot. Up towards the half forward line. It looked like that kick held up a little bit that time. Ball hits a deck. Bowen Smith is in there on top of him. Salmon. Players screaming for a free kick. Umpire's not going to have a bar of any of that. We'll have another ball up right in front.
Well, Blackburn
area.
Well, Blackburn will be real happy they've survived nearly 5 minutes without any damage to the scoreboard here.
Correct.
Yeah, it hasn't been too exciting, but this could change things as Pollux around the body just had a little bit too much curl on it, through for a minor score. Margin is 19 now out here at Balwyn Park. Balwyn 9,660 to Blackburn 12,779.
In the second term, Balwyn had 4 goals in 8 minutes in their first go at this end. So you're right there, Brash. It is a time factor for Blackburn to hold on. Again, they will have to score, but if they can just stop the momentum going forward or harass every kicker, they might just do the job Front goes Harry. Ham passes it off to the runner. Was it a throw to Salmon? And the umpire says yes, he was tackled, and that forced it to be a throw. So Blackburn aren't allowed to leave defence, and in the hands of Miller to have a shot at goal for goal number 3 for him. And this is the best place to kick at today. It's the right side, so you get the drift from right to left, but it opens up the goals, and from within 45 metres, no troubles with distance. Miller to try to close the gap for Balwyn, puts it up, and it never deviates from its line. Beautiful. Miller's third, and now the gap closes to 14. The minute, let's watch the time clock ball quarter. It's 6 minutes into the final term. Balwyn 10-5-65, trailing Blackburn 12-7-79. 14 points the difference. Goal scoring, it's a different score, is it?
It's 13 points.
13 points, sorry about that. It's 13 points the difference.
I hadn't put a last point on. I was busy doing something at Roeville.
I'm just going to have a complex where I'll go home and I'll just be like, oh my God, what did I do? But it's all good.
We talked about his influence earlier, and again, that's...
He's probably been the best big man on the ground this afternoon, Miller.
Going up that time, there was Boyd. He's been moved into the ruck. Bowen Smith charged after it. Just got the handball out in the nick of time. Up towards centre half forward. Balwyn pressing again.
Been one of the best on ground, Boyd, since quarter 2 when he went in the ruck.
High throws it up. Boyd just muscled his way out of it, dumped it on his boot, right into the right forward pocket, charging out in the front spot there was Riley Winter. He's happy to see it over and out for a boundary throw-in, so about 25 metres out from the Balwyn goal line. 13 points is the margin. As expected, the ball's mostly been in the forward area for Balwyn so far in this term, which sees 7 minutes tick over on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. Ball hits a deck. Here's Bowen Smith. Can he scoop the football up? He got it to Mark Cosby, but he overran the football. The Burners now have the numbers. Picked up nicely there by Oglethorpe. On the right boot, bangs it out to real close to the boundary line. It stayed alive. They probably should have just rushed it over then. That was probably silly by the other Oglethorpe as it came charging through. Young got it back, kept the ball alive. Free kick to Blackburn for holding the ball. Great tackling there. Free kick going the way of Charlie. Oglethorpe, that is. So redeemed himself there. It's on the right boot. Kicks it up towards the half-forward line. It's sat up. The Tigers have the numbers. Nicely done little quick handball out. And here's McDermott through the middle of the ground. It was a bouncing kick. It had made his teamwork work really hard for that one. And Apostolou overran the pill there to mop up those Worm for Blackburn. Short options are on if he wants them. But Kai Stewart, that's ignored. He's going for the longer option in the end. It looks like a 3-on-1 situation here, and the Tigers have got plenty of numbers, and Young really rushed the kick. It went up towards centre half forward. Answorth got the handball. Here's Bajaya. Bajaya's kick was smothered. They had their chances there, Blackburn, but they mucked around with it. Clearing kick for Balwyn came out, but Harry, like a rover, just leaped across and took the mark. The kick goes inside forward 50 now, and they've coughed it up. And now a chance for Stevie Slimming to relieve the ball for Balwyn.
Kick was a bit high, and Jordovic underneath it gets it punched away from him and out of bounds. And Blackburn, they're starting to put some forward pressure on, and it's just that hard work. When you're 40 out, you're still too far away to score, it seems. But they're endeavouring, Blackburn, to get a goal against Trent. Push off in the ruck contest means that'll be a free kick to Blackburn. Is there advantage played? It was going to, but the player with the ball in Charlie Oglethorpe turned around and said, I'll kick it back towards where the free kick is claimed. So Harrod, long ball in, as long as he can kick it 40 out. Where were the flyers for Blackburn? Punch suits Schreiber. His kick, it's almost like he saw his teammate.
And he should have played on.
And here's another one to the pocket. Blackburn turnover ball. Wooler's got it within range.
Oh, that's big.
So Schreiber propped a kick like he knew he had a out ball. So it's not Schreiber, it's Lamotte. Net Lamotte. He just kicked it straight across into the hands of Eppel. And then Eppel just sized up his teammate Wooler in the pocket. So the only problem is accuracy, you would think. We saw a kick in the third term from the Balwyn player where he pulled it. So the wind plays tricks this end. It's not the scoring end, but if Wooler can goal, Blackburn are a chance today. Funny enough, they lead by 13. To say that comment I just did. But Wooler from 20 metres out, it's gone across goal. That is how it works this end.
It looked good off the boot, too.
Yeah, it did too.
And it drifted about 5 metres right to left, and it had no hook on it. So that is just how the wind plays tricks on the forwards going this end. Minor score, Blackburn lead by 14, 10 minutes into this last term.
And honestly, Brash, it might just take one goal down here to win you the game.
Inside, you've got to kick inside the right goal post.
Or even outside of it, to be honest.
Young's kick out went straight down the throat of Winter, who bangs it 50 metres in. The big fly from Oglethorpe was there at the fall. The ball Knight was able to pick it up. Kick goes wide. It just had too much purchase on it over the head of his teammate in Jordovic. And over the boundary line and out of bounds.
They've got it. They really do have to make a lot more of their forward 50 entries here, Blackburn, because if they get no value, Balwyn are just going to run the game down and get the goals on their terms.
Miller palmed it down. The numbers was almost thrown there by Blackburn. Kick goes inside forward 50. Wood was in the front spot. It got knocked away from him. Barging through was Sharkey over the top. Bouncy football, top of the goal square. How's this one going to sit? Overrunning the football that time there was Oglethorpe. It still stayed alive. Comes back towards Oglethorpe. Can he trap the football? Schreiber came in. Cool as a cucumber over the top. His handball worked well to McCarthy, who linked up nicely with Lever, who was crunched in a tackle. Fantastic. Fraser Elliott, you little beauty. A perfect tackle. They're about 75 metres out from goal, Blackburn. See the faithful, including Mick Tominello in the background there as the kick goes forward now. Woods in the spot there. He had two players to beat at the fall of the ball. Young was there. He was quickly wrapped up in a tackle. We'll have a ball up. It's in the right area, though, for Blackburn. 35 metres out from goal. Miller laid a strong tackle in the ruck contest, and we will do it all again.
I know what you were trying to do, Toby, but it wasn't going to work with the umpire.
Yeah.
So Wooler, Miller took it out. His kick was smothered. He'll have to go after it again. Little toe work by Oglethorpe to the top of the goal square. Silvani's there for the Balwyn side. Handball, he coughed it up straight away. You kick across the face there by Carmody. Well, they got excited. We all did.
It was like slow motion, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. Even me trying to get out of my chair was slow motion then as well.
That's a different story.
80 plays 66, clickety-click, 14 points is the margin. Kick in the middle of the ground. Once again, it's been marked by Hubber. Blackburn to go forward again.
You've pretty much got to try to kick it out in the full to get a goal at this end. So here they go, Blackburn. Short to Bajaya. He's way out of zone for a goal. He's 70 metres out. He spears a ball in, hoping for Wooler to come in late, or that was Oglethorpe. Clearing kick might be chopped off. Wow, diving attempt by the Blackburn player in Ainsworth. Didn't get there on the full in the end. And it's now him holding on to his opponent. We'll get some stats in a second. There's just some open play here. Running in circles is Knipe. Hands it back to Lever. Lever, long ball. They always are when you boot to the White Horse Road end. And now it's Blackburn trying to hold up in defence. They're mucking around with it. Hinkley hands it off to his teammate. And finally it gets into the open play. Blackburn go out wide. They're just setting up to slow it down. Half back. Mark taken and will just, well, any turnover could be a shot at goal really for Balwyn. So you've got to be careful from half back. Long, it braces the line, trying to position himself as Hicks.
That went onto the tennis courts.
The punch from the Balwyn player. We won't see that ball for a minute, as we've now got time for stats, Paul.
Yeah, the inside 50s, Blackburn are leading that inside 50 count in this quarter, 7-4.
I actually don't reckon Blackburn attacked that forward. They had a chance of going to their forward 50, and I thought they went too defensive then by going to the boundary line. They had numbers, but they didn't want to take it on in that.
You know what I didn't like was the low ball by Bajaya. It just allows the defence to spoil it. I reckon sometimes a bit of chaos might get a goal.
That's right.
Because the tackling forward pressure resulted in Silvani, I think, hand passing it to Carmody. And we all thought Carmody was going to kick a goal when he kicked it, and it just drifted off. As I say, you got to aim for the point post.
Waiting for a new football at the moment.
You have a look at the way Silvani plays, right? He plays like his father. He always looks like every time he gets up off a contest, he's injured. The way he just walks around. Feels like he's done a leg or something.
Pye throws it in. Miller had the front spot. It came out now. A little handball by Hicks. The kick was smothered. Try to keep it alive. There was Chambers. Kick goes inside, forward 50 or thereabouts. Well, I thought it would, but it didn't carry. But eventually now for Blackburn it does, but nobody is home. The ball does a wrong-un. Still stays alive. Little handball back there by Dorian. He was trying to link up with Carmody, but to no avail, and we'll have a ball in right in front of us here in the grandstand. The first time for this afternoon.
Too many Blackburn players pushing forward. They need to at least allow one to drop back.
Miller has a substantial height advantage in that situation. Got the easy palm down. The quick kick by McCarthy. Scrambles up towards the wing position, and it will go over for another boundary throw-in.
Seems like Balwyn's falling for what Blackburn's selling. They're rushing everything they do.
Yeah.
They're not taking control of the ball. They've almost got to risk the fact that they could lose possession by trying to deliberately set up from half back. They're just rushing themselves out of defence and allows Blackburn to set up on the wing. And they've got the wall working. Hand pass backwards by Hicks, tries to find a teammate. Now the pressure's on Blackburn to get a clear possession. They're just bundling around. They don't mind chaos. It's time consuming. All this ball bundling around at ground and no one with clear possession. This is what's going to win them the game if they can hold on to this 14-point lead at the 16-minute mark.
Well, it's been 8 or 9 minutes, Brash, no goals, so they'll take it.
Yeah, exactly.
Into the centre goes the tap from the ruck contest. It's a disputed ball. If it falls away, the Tigers will have a shot at goal. But Blackburn are just wanting to sit on the ball at every attempt. And if they can get possession, they'll want to hit a short pass. They don't need to score again, but they hope to. Balwyn get it out of the contest. Going backwards with Lever. Now the kick goes forward from Freeman. High ball. Where are the markers coming from? They come from all directions. Flying kick. Oh. And it's a scoring end. And it will score again. A goal. I don't know how Boyd got it. Was it Boyd? He got it and he just kicked it. And it's like the ball's got a GPS tracking its way to the goals. It eventually finished in a score. And Balwyn now only trail by 8.
Needed something to break the deadlock, did Balwyn. And look, now they reset back centre clearance. The pressure now moves a little bit more to Blackburn. And that's a big one because I think for probably 6 or 7 minutes there, Blackburn had multiple chances of getting one back.
And Blackburn need to score in the next 3 minutes here, I reckon, before time on.
17 and a half tick over. 8 points is the margin. The man of the moment, Boyd, back in the middle. Goes up after it. Urban just ferried it out. Got it towards Bowen Smith, who got dispossessed. Kick goes for Blackburn up towards a half-forward line. Bouncing footy out towards them. Carmody direction, who's had a good game, but nicely done there by McCarthy. But his kick was scrambly, so another chance for Blackburn to bang it inside forward 50. They're taking those kicks at every opportunity they can get. It's all about getting distance here against the breeze. Over the boundary line, she goes for a boundary throw-in.
Just a quick score update at half-time. Roeville lead over South Belgrave. Roeville 5-9-39 to South Belgrave 2-8-20.
Throws it in, little Wooler, little flick over the back. Bowen Smith got felled upon, but Urban was given the advantage, and once again he was told it was not advantage. So here's Smith, the skipper for the Tigers. Short kick is on, had to be perfect, and it was just that. Apostolou, who kicked a goal early in the game, gets down low and takes a bit of a slips catch. On the right boot, he too goes for purchase. Up towards the 50 there, Miller over the back, Smith was there. Handball backwards to go forwards, Young was in as well. Got it back to Smith, quickly wrapped up by Oglethorpe, Bajaya and Co. And we'll have a ball up just outside the centre square. Just forward of centre for Balwyn, currently trailing by 8 points in the final term, grand final rematch. Urban, handball, looking for Schreiber. Couldn't hold the tackle. Nice handball by Oglethorpe over the top. Here's a go for the Burners. Up towards the half-forward line. A nice stretch out mark taken by Elliott. He's got to look up and get the right option. He's got to keep it low. He's got to kick it towards the Waller direction. Over the back, little handball by Apple. Put his teammate under a lot of pressure. Schreiber was strong in the contest, but the umpire's not going to pay that one. And we will have a ball up 45 metres out from the Blackburn goals.
Blackburn, you sense they need this. Lead by 8. But in the next 10 minutes, it's in Balwyn's hands, the scoring end, that is. So can Blackburn get a score against all odds and set up a win? Ruck tap win. The numbers with Balwyn. Here's Carmody. Danger man. Can he step out of the tackle? He's Goldwoods, but he couldn't step out of the tackle. And he'll be told about it by McCarthy because he held, or it was Lever in the end. Noah Lever held on for dear life, wins a free kick. He's kicked, well, dangerous because it's been chopped off, and the fist came in from Blackburn, and the Rover got his head chopped off.
Not convinced that was even high. I think it was just below the shoulder, but it looked dangerous.
Yeah.
So picking up the free kick, the Burners for Oglethorpe. Short, long, proppy kick. Where will the Flyers come from? Silvani, big punch from the back of the pack. It's like a volleyball game now. There's no net, but they'll play on. And it's now in the hands of Boyd. He's been sensational. Short kick defies the ruck skills, being nice. Urban puts his head down. Did it get it taken off? The umpire says no.
He wanted one back.
If he didn't...
He's getting a rough end with the umpires today, Urban. No advantages, giving away free kicks. Well, doesn't get one when his head gets knocked off.
Boyd again just waits for the ball to fall in his lap because he pushes his opponent out of the way. He's rucking superbly around the grounds, is Boyd, but the ball doesn't clear that little area, and he'll be very tired, Balwyn, I sense. 8 points behind with the win, but they look like they're tired now as Blackburn putting physical energy into every contest just to probably rope-a-dope them, I suppose. Now Blackburn can't get out of this tackle, and Balwyn will set themselves up for another shot at goal. Apostolou, quick to play on, hands it over to runner and Young. Young gets it over to teammate Smith. Now Urban gets it to Miller! Oh. Puts the knee in the back of his opponent. He'll have a shot from 40, and it'll be game on very soon.
And you have to back him after what you've seen today.
Yep.
And very lucky to be able to play on where they did in the middle of the ground from that free kick, because that play went move forward. That should not have been allowed.
Yeah. So Miller, he's been a dead-eye dick with 3 goals as he's moved forward from quarter 2 onwards. He puts it to right post. Is it sneaking in? No.
Oh.
It's missed. That's a big miss, you sense. 7 points the difference. Balwyn 11-7-73. Trail Blackburn 12-8-80. The clock reached 22 minutes gone. Maybe 6 to 8 minutes to go in this game.
Could be a draw.
Could be. You didn't predict that.
I'm way off in my prediction. Don't you worry about that. Blackburn with the kick in goes towards the Harry direction. Over the back there was Wood. He tried to pull it down as well. They'll go for every single stoppage they can get their hands on at the moment. And a nice reach by Old Mate over the fence there to get the ball back for the umpire.
He obviously doesn't go to Adelaide games.
No, he looks like he must do Pilates or something. It was pretty decent. Kick the umpire throws it in now. Over the top there. Carmody's in there as well. We're going to see a lot of players follow the football. We're going to see a lot of stoppages in these last few minutes. Jaya picks himself up. Just forward of centre for Balwyn. Nicely done there by the big man in Boyd, who pushed Harry off it but couldn't get boot to ball. But Jaya once again burrowing himself into the contest. Restart. Harry up against Boyd. Knock into the middle. Can this open up something here as Schreiber has got tackled over the head. He's been pinged for holding the ball. Free kick to Blackburn. Just reversed it, has he? Has he just reversed it? He's just reversed it in the middle of the ground. It'll be a free kick going to Balwyn.
For afters.
Wowza. So Young. No, back to Schreiber, who should have got the free kick, in my opinion, to begin with, because he did cop tie, but the umpire couldn't see it. As it comes to Knipe, on the left boot, goes inside forward, 50 or thereabouts. Miller was in the front spot. The ball hits the deck. Quickly wrapped up, and we will have a ball up. 45 metres out from the Balwyn goals.
Blackburn has still got to attack the game. They can't just go back into their shell.
They're hanging on for dear life, but there's tired legs on both teams. Running out of the pack, Markowski. 2 goes, he spins like a magician out of it, gets to the Schreiber from 50 on the left foot. He puts it to the left post. What's it doing? It's a goal!
What a goal. What a goal.
He defied the congestion around him, went left, went right, went onto his left, and he kept it within the goal. And what a beauty that is. It's a point the difference, 24 minutes gone in this last term. 80 plays 79. It feels like Blackburn have got a lot to do to hold on. But here come the Tigers.
Off about 2 steps as well. It's a hard kick. And
Jeez, the ball,
especially under pressure.
It had some hang time though, didn't it?
Oh,
It didn't look like it was coming down.
It even it went, will I miss? No, I'll come back this way.
Harry went early. Boyd was in there too. Bowen Smith came charging through. Little toe poke up towards the half-forward line. Handball over by Knife. Gets it away. Step around the body by Lamont. You little beauty! What a goal there. The Tigers, they know how to come late and steal something, don't they, the Balwyn Football Club? What a goal there by Ned Lamont. That's his second, and Balwyn had the lead by 5 points.
BDS, we've seen this before. We've seen it before somewhere. Unbelievable. And you just knew as soon as they got a couple back and they got within striking range.
Yeah.
And now it's got to be, can they, I mean, there's a good chance they can blow this out depending on the time.
Well, they can't
with a couple of goals. And
if they get another goal here, Ball.
Well, that's 2 minutes to go.
It's game over. That next score wins this.
Have Blackburn got a shot at glory? They've got to get it out of the middle. Boyd again stands tall as they all tire. Blackburn try to get out of the congestion. Again, Schreiber stands up running off the back line, but his hand pass is intercepted. Quick ball to Waller. Late punch in over the top was a great one for Balwyn. Schreiber again at ground level. He has been a tyro this quarter. He's always putting his body on the line. He body lines the ball and he holds up again.
He's my best player, to be honest, today.
Blackburn, 90 seconds. Got to get a shot at goal that goes through the middle to win. We know it's not the scoring end. We've been banging on about it, but no kick seems to go beyond 40 metres in distance today. And even when it does, it drifts off to the left pocket. What will Blackburn do? Punch, ground level ball. Scrapping forward and winning it was Slimming. He gets it out wide to his teammate in Chambers. Long kick into the forward line. Not where Blackburn wants it, but they've got it in hand now. Kick around the corner will be Lamont, the last goal kicker. And he'll say, we'll play in our own time. I've taken a mark and I'll stop and have a think.
Reckons he can kick it from here.
I was going to say, you reckon he's done this during training from that very spot?
He puts a long ball in. It's going to 2 metres out. Will a fist come in? Any score's not good for Blackburn because then they can't win. And they hold up 2 metres away from their own goal line defensively, that is. Blackburn don't want to rush it because it's a 5-point margin. They know it, and they've cleared outside defensive 50. Will they get the last mark? Fly comes in from Elliott. He can't take it. Ground level left behind. Silvani's deep out his defence. Doesn't know what he's doing there, so he lets it go. Ball flies around. Blackburn, they don't want to hit the line, and it goes out of bounds on the wing, and there's a minute to go. Blackburn need to go half the length of the field and then somehow kick a goal. Seems impossible.
Feels like a miracle.
It could even be less than that as well. The umpire throws it in, and Balwyn do it again and steal the game from the jaws of victory as a handball over the top. Slimming was in there. He'll be happy to hold it out. The umpire said, I'm not going to pay anything now. Give it back to me, boys, and a quick restart will ensue. Centre half forward here for Balwyn. Blackburn, last throw of the dice here. They need something. They need a miracle, really. Swung out of the tackle there was Boyd. It came out towards the half forward line. It's going right to, there's the siren. They've done it again, the Balwyn Football Club, and that's what class sides do. They never say die. They trailed at quarter time, they trailed at three-quarter time, and they came home with the thunder. And just when you thought Blackburn might hold on, Wayne Brasher, they have done it again in time on and gone bang and bang and bang. Final score out here at Balwyn Park, 13 goals, 785 Balwyn to Blackburn, 12-8-80. This has set us in really good stead for the season.
Oh, yes. A magnificent start to the EFNL season by the two premier sides from last year. Well, they gave us another epic performance this afternoon. The game could have gone either way. I just felt in the end that Blackburn, they had a couple of opportunities in that last quarter to kick a couple of goals, but I just didn't think they didn't set up well enough in that last quarter to give themselves the best of opportunities. But you just can't take it away from the premiers. They know how to win, and that will to win is something that other sides just don't have.
Well, they had that. We said 4 goals was probably the target at three-quarter time. Daniel Wood had that shot on the siren at three-quarter time, albeit a very tough shot from there. If they get that, potentially they might just hold on. But unfortunately for them, it's the same result. Bit of deja vu. As we see the boys, I think Josh has got Bowen Smith down at ground level, so we'll throw it down to Josh.
Yes, I am with Balwyn Smith, the skipper, who performed once again today. Balwyn, a terrific performance, very similar to what happened in last year's Premier Division side. I must be very pleased to get the first up win for season 2026.
Yeah, very similar to the grand final. We always seem to play close ones against Blackburn, but in three-quarter time, we're confident that we can run over the top of them. Yeah, a lot of the young boys stood up, some of them first gamers, so great team effort, 22 contributors, so very pleasing.
I was going to say, that must be very pleasing with a lot of new players in the lineup today as well.
Yeah, Caleb from the lower division come up and he performed well, won a lot of one-on-ones, and the VFL boys come in and just played team roles, which is all we asked of them, so it was really pleasing.
Jared, thank you so much, Balwyn, for joining us.
Guys, I got Caden Schreiber down on the stars of that final quarter. Mates, what a win. How does it feel to get the first win on the board for the year, plus in a grand final rematch?
Yeah, it's very special. Played Blackburn the last 3 games, so we knew coming in it was going to be a bit of a grudge, but look, we probably didn't set ourselves up too early in the game, but credit to the boys for sticking it through to the very end. Yeah, it was good.
Absolutely. And what was that? What was the key in that final quarter for you guys to just push it over the line?
To be honest, I don't think we played the way we wanted to. We sort of went a bit too down the line, but I think credit to the boys for just putting their heads over the footy, winning the ball. I think they beat us to the ball all day. In the last quarter, we sort of just lifted our game and started winning our one-on-ones, and I think that may have been a difference, yeah.
Awesome. Thanks, mate. Enjoy the win.
Cheers. Thanks, guys. Jared Beanland and Josh Ward down boundary side, riding the line today in what would have been a very entertaining game to watch down at ground level. And I tell you what, those Red Jackets are just walking away with their heads down and just like, what can we do to win a game against this goddamn football club?
Not them again.
It's unbelievable, isn't it? But
Look, I know they'll be disappointed, gentlemen, but look, Blackburn.
They didn't lose any admirers.
Nah, they're going to be there when the Cracks are whipping this year.
Well, I think that's a big positive for them. I think they walk away with this game. Obviously, it's very disappointing for them that they didn't get the 4 points and against the side that they lost to in the grand final. But there are certainly plenty of takeaways. There's plenty of sides, plenty of players to come back into both lineups. Just looking down now, I mean, you've got guys right there, Stoddard and Lawler, and quite a few that are set to come back in. So there's no too many concerns there. But we might get the song down at ground level.
If we can't get it when they're underneath us, we'll never get it.
Well, that's right. Thanks to Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
One of the best songs in the Eastern Football Netball League as well. The double barrel they go for, the Balwyn Football Club. And here they go. I think we'll just scrap that.
Yeah, I think
can't really hear it, but I think one of the boys is just talking to someone down there. And we'll cut that down. Hey! Yeah, always good for Ryan to hear that song because he doesn't get to do it.
Yeah, it's probably a while to hear that again.
Fantastic win by the Balwyn Football Club today. Let's go through the major goal kickers on the ground. For them, Jimmy Miller, what a sensational game he played today. He kicked 3 majors. He was the only, Ned Lamott with that fantastic finishing game-winning match. He kicked 2 goals, singles to Markowski, Pollock, Slimmings, Chambers, Schreiber, Boyd, Apostolou and Djordjevic. Whilst for Blackburn, who were really stiff today once again, but a very gallant performance in defeat. 2 goals to Jackson Carmody and Fraser Elliott, whilst Sharkey, Wood, Wooler, Salmon, Worm, Answorth, Mackenzie Dorian also kicked a couple as well. So fantastic game out here. 5-point win to the Balwyn Football Club. They've opened their account in 2026 magnificently, the premiere of 2025. We're going to have a break here on EFNL Game Day, brought to you by Eastland, and we'll come back and we'll wrap up what was a fantastic day out here at Balwyn Park. But there can only be one winner, and today it was the Tigers.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner, broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman, or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy to use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
We pride ourselves on being the most transparent funeral company. All pricing on goods and services are available on our website. It's all there for you to see and make very informed decisions when planning a loved one's funeral.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Deja vu out here at Balwyn Park today with the Balwyn Tigers reigning supreme in time on, running over the Blackburn Football Club today. 13 goals, 7-85 to Blackburn, 12-8-80. A magnificent performance by both sides today. A real setup for what should be another epic season in the Eastern Football Netball League Premier Division. We've got another game happening today out at Seabeck Oval between Rowville and South Belgrave. Of course, South Belgrave coming into the Premier Division this year, and what was dubbed as a rivalry clash. I don't know how that works today, because with South Belgrave and Rowville, but nonetheless, they're taking part out there, and we're up for an updated score.
Well, I haven't got one. What about you, Paul? How are we going, mate?
Yeah, I do have a score. It's early in the third quarter. It's Rowville 6-11-47 to South Belgrave 5-11-41.
They've come back a bit here, the South Belgrave.
Could there be a breeze down there at Seabeck? There surely has to be. If there was a breeze here, then there probably is a breeze down there.
Well, it was 5-9 to 2-8 at one stage. So South Belgrave have come back into that contest.
I've asked Ray Baird all day to send me a score. He doesn't want a bar of it, so he's too busy. He's been kissing babies and shaking hands all day out there, wearing his EFNL gear. So I hope he's having a good day out there. He won't be listening, but gentlemen...
No, he won't be.
he definitely won't be. Gentlemen, I want to speak to the Boundary Riders, because I want to know what it was like down Boundary side, especially for those final moments down there, because, and especially... You were probably edging towards the Blackburn area. What was the feeling like down there? Because those memories, those nightmares would have been flooding back in for the faithful down there.
Well, they were a bit quiet towards the end there, and I think those nightmares would have been flooding into the Blackburn faithful after what happened in last year's Premier Division decider. And most of the last couple of contests between Balwyn and Blackburn, there was a A fair bit of there was a fair bit of quietness, I must admit, and I think they'll leave here pretty disappointed. Jared?
Yeah, it was really interesting to sort of gauge the response from the Blackburn crowd, especially when it's a Balwyn home game, and the Red Jackets seem to outnumber them. They do travel very well, and especially on a day like this, definitely deja vu for them. But at ground level, the contest work, especially towards the end of the game, was very fierce, going in the way of Balwyn at the end of the day. And I don't know, for the final quarter, it looked like, to me at least, Blackburn were doing a lot of things right, at least in terms of the way the game was going. However, Balwyn were able to wrestle it.
Well, I was going to say, it might have, the fact they had all the territory for probably 5 to 10 minutes during that quarter, I was thinking if they didn't kick a goal here, it would come back to bite them.
Yeah.
It turns out it does.
They squandered those opportunities, though, especially with the kicks inside 50. They were just a hair off being perfect,
I just said to Ryan off there, I actually thought that Blackburn probably they didn't attack the corridor enough, and when they went into their forward 50, they went too much to the flanks and giving themselves too hard an opportunity, Jared.
Yeah, no, you're not
kick
wrong.
goals.
You need it straight in front with a breeze like that.
And you did point out, Jared, as well, that they were kicking to the contest as well and hoping one of their players would take a big pack mark, and it led to their downfall in the end.
Yeah, 100%. Those Balwyn interceptors can be very, very deadly down there.
Well, let's have a look at our votes for today, gentlemen, as well. For the Eastland player of the game, we'll do a 3-2-1 situation. I'm going to start with Wayne Brasher today. Brash, plenty of players could put their hand up for votes, but there can only be 3. Give us your 3, 2 and 1.
Well, I'm going to go 1 to Carmody from Blackburn. I thought he was their best forward. Created lots of opportunities and looked dangerous for most of the afternoon. 2, I'm going to give to Jack Boyd. I thought for 3 and a bit quarters, he basically took control of the ruck, and I thought he was one of the more bigger dominating. Apologies to Jimmy Miller, but I'm going to give my 3 votes, and you alluded to this guy throughout the broadcast, BWS, and I think the goal that he kicked in the last quarter, I think basically sealed the deal, and that was Schreiber. I think he was the best player on the ground. I agree with you.
Great stuff, Brash. Paul Yaconi, your 3, 2 and 1. Thank you.
Yeah, so my 3, 2 and 1, my 1 vote goes to Carmody from Blackburn. My 2 votes go to Boyd, and my 3 votes go to Schreiber.
Well, it sounds like an echo coming from the other end of the table down there. It's exactly the same as Brash. Ryan Long, your 3, 2 and 1.
Well, I'll give you some different names just to have. Obviously, there's no award today, Good Friday, but I'll put some different names out there. I'm giving 1 to Bowen Smith just because he may have come in and out of the game, but I think there was some big moments. I just think he finds the football so well, and I think for his first game as skipper, I thought he was phenomenal. I'll give 2 to Boyd. I'll give 3 to Jimmy Miller. I've actually left. I shouldn't have left Schreiber out of that, but I'm just going to do it anyway. I thought Miller up forward, kicking those 3 goals, particularly in that second quarter. I think he came alive and really got them back in the game. And then every time they needed him to pop up and perform, he did. So good first game for him at Balwyn.
Thank you very much, Jared Beeland. Your 3, 2 and 1.
Yes, indeed. I think Smith, he does deserve votes, despite, as you say, being in and out of the game a little bit. I've got to give 2 to Miller and 3 to Schreiber. I think Schreiber was excellent throughout the day. His ball usage is fantastic.
Thanks very much, Jared. Over to you, Josh.
I've gone 1 for Jack Boyd. I did think he did some good stuff in ruck and up forward as well. I've given the 2 votes to Jackson Carmody. I thought he was the most threatening forward in possibly across the park even. He was certainly for Blackburn in that second half in particular. And then I've given the 3 votes to Caden Schreiber. He's going to be such a massive inclusion this season full-time after playing a fair chunk of footy at Northern Bullants last year. Of course, not playing in the VFL this year. So he gets my 3 BWS.
Great stuff. Gav Casey, how did you see your votes today?
Yeah, Jackson Carmody gets 1 vote. He had a chance there to be the hero, but this fluky non-scoring end betwixt him as well. So Carmody 1 vote, but 2 votes for Schreiber. Stood up when needed to. The goal was impactful, but there was a goal earlier in that quarter to Jack Boyd, and he did a lot of standing up to a physical combat and taking the ball out of everywhere and just getting it forward. And his goal really started their scoring in the last quarter. I thought Boyd's impact when he went into the... He's not a jumping ruckman. I'd give 3 votes to him because his impact in every contest he saw was contributing to Balwyn going forward. So I think Boyd was my best on ground.
Great stuff. And I suppose that just leaves me. I'm giving 1 vote today to the skipper of the Blackburn Football Club, Cade Answorth. I thought he was super 4-quarter performer and did everything he could to try and lift his side over the line. 2 votes today go to Jimmy Miller, the big man. I thought he was absolutely sensational. 3 goals and really just worked tirelessly. Wherever he was asked to go, he was, and he always put in a contest, and a fantastic effort by him. And as you've heard in the last quarter, I was a huge fan of Caden Schreiber. Thought he was absolutely super today. Guts and determination and really good football brain smarts is what stood out for me with him today, and a fantastic goal in that final term to lift his side, which gives him the prize today, which is just a round of applause from all of us on the team. Round of applause. Yeah. he gets the win today. He racked up a very impressive 17 votes.
Maybe we could give him a hug.
Potentially, yeah.
That's only because you want one still, Gav.
You can line up for that.
I hope you're all right.
No.
It's okay to not be okay, Gav.
But,
I'm okay with that.
Jack Boyd polling really well also with 10 votes, and right across the board. Jimmy Miller was in there. Carmody was in there also. So fantastic by all players out on the park today. And as we're about to wrap things up out here, it's been great to be back, hasn't it? It's 195 days since we called the Premier Division Grand Final last year, and that's a nice break for you, Ryan. What have you been doing in the meantime?
Been in Europe, had a nice break, and back to the footy.
You have some big news.
Congratulations!
Thank you.
What's those big news?
He got engaged.
Well done, Ryan. Yeah, you finally put a ring on it. Congratulations! Another round of applause. Here,
almost 10 years. I was in trouble if it wasn't this year.
No, great stuff, but. Yeah, time to say goodbye to the team. Thanks very much to Matt Spider-Lee, who joined us on pre-match, and of course half-time. Always does a fantastic job, Spider. And if you haven't seen it yet or listened to it, check out his podcast, Spider's Web, with the legendary Brett Davidson, out on the airwaves at the moment. Let's go through the rest of the team. Paul Yaconi, great to have you back on board, mate.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
Better late than never, Jared Beanland. Good on you, mate. Well done today.
195 days and 2 hours.
That's how long it took you to get the tram here.
Great to have Josh Ward back on the team. Thanks, mate.
Always a pleasure, and it's great to be back on the AFNL media team.
Great job behind the scenes as well that you do. To Wayne Brasher. Love sitting next to you up on a balcony, mate, calling the footy, loving it.
Yeah, thanks, BWS. It's a pleasure when you're in town and Gav's around. It's like getting the whole band together.
Nice stuff. And Ryan Long, the media manager. Well, it's day one, mate. It's going to be a long season, but you did a great job today.
Long road ahead, but looking forward to it. Thanks, BWS.
And Gav Casey loved it, mate. It's been a long time, but it was a pleasure today.
My pleasure.
Great stuff. And, of course, LKLM Media, Meg Green, Lee Green, Katie Green, the best in the business. We'll be back again to do it all again next week, but there's still some streaming going out at Roeville, so tune into that one as well on YouTube.
It is indeed. It's on the same channel, so, pop over there when you're done.
Thanks, mate. Great work. Signing off out here at Balwyn Park. Once again, it was Balwyn today taking home the chocolates. They were 5-point winners over Blackburn.